and
Try that one.
I'm really hoping that
Goes to that, yeah.
everybody can come across to
Working there for you.
there, where it seems to be wanting to go. And nobody seems to want to come into the chat.
Oh, Laurie said Unirock wanted to come in.
Yeah.
How many move over? Leave the old chat up.
Right. And
That's two of us. That's me and you. Try that one.
I'm really hoping that
Goes to that, yeah.
everybody can come across to
Working there for.
want to come into the chat.
Oh, Laurie said Unirock wanted to come in.
Yeah. So have we got any? Have the people come across yet?
No.
Or have two watching, and that'll be us.
Yep.
Or has everybody given up?
The stream for that stream, it's closed, so still got the window open for that. It says waiting.
Yeah.
I mean, the stream's waiting, so people are looking at thinking that's going to come through that stream, but it's not. You have to stop that stream somehow. Thought you would have got the stragglers from Jose's show, because I went on Jose's for you and told him that we're not doing an after show, but we're doing a camera show on up through Alan's channel. So
No, I didn't want to do that. And I'm definitely live.
I got Jose to stand posing to do his boom for. He's standing there frozen, trying to do it while I'm trying to explain what's going on real quick. Because I was nearly laughing when I was saying it, because he's freezing himself in the position he goes in.
Yay, Carl, you're here. Well done. Hurrah. I'm hoping you're here. I'm hoping you can hear us. Can you come on the...
Close that one. Now, which one's that one? What have I got? Wrong one for both.
because I know you can hear us, but there is a bit of a delay.
Car can hear you. Trying to get my earphones to work. No one else has typed in the other chat. Carl in there. And no one says you're waiting.
Yeah, I don't even know how to delete it.
Going to look. Have a look. Studio.
Oh, got 9 watching now.
Go to live stream now.
Our room.
Or live now. One of the
Admit. Hello, Carl.
Hello.
Hello. You're very faint.
Any better now?
That's a bit better, yes. At least you're understandable.
That is a plus.
I'll boost that audio up a bit. So, I hope you've got your camera ready.
It's here in front of me. Wait.
Good.
Change to another set of headphones.
So, I think we've got. Shall we just post? Shall we just post the invite one more time for anybody who wants to come into the? Right. Well, welcome everybody to this rather screwed up little meeting. I'm sorry it didn't quite work. I'm sorry it didn't quite go as I would have liked it to have gone, but we seem to be here now anyway. So that is something. There seems to be some people watching. So photography, it's a fun hobby. It's really, really old. Thing to do because the very earliest recording of a device for writing with light, which is what photography actually is, has been known since probably the Paleolithic era, about 30,000 years ago, when certain cave drawings were made that appear to have been done by using a small hole to focus light onto the wall of a cave, which was then traced out. And they think this happened because of the way the drawings actually appear in their perspective. And photography is nearly 200 years old, so we've got a lot of history behind us. Now,
in the first photographic material to be used for photography was glass, wasn't it?
Actually, it was paper.
I thought, okay.
Fox Talbot made his negatives and his prints from paper, so that and that is the very first photograph ever taken using Fox Talbot's process. That is a photograph taken from inside Laycock Abbey in Wiltshire, where Fox Talbot lived, and shows one of the lancet windows.
So what am I thinking of with the glass plate that's the negative?
The glass plates came a little later.
Ah.
Glass plates were good because back then the film sensitivity was still very low. So you tended to use a big, and the resolution was low, so you tended to use a large negative. So 4 by 5 inches, 10 by 8 inches. They actually used quarter plate, half plate, which were traditional glass sizes at the time. And I'm not 100% sure on how big they are, but they're generally in that sort of 2 or 3 inches by a couple of inches size upwards.
But with the paper and the glass, was there a chemical interaction for the photo to the image to get impregnated onto the paper and the glass?
Yes, the original process that Fox Talbot used silver chloride, which darkens as it gets exposed to light and then developed. But the great thing about the process is that it is possible to fix it, because there'd been earlier, they already knew that you could make silver salts get dark by exposing them to light. The problem was you couldn't fix it. So what would happen is you could make the photograph, but the emulsion would continue being exposed even after you'd taken the photograph, so it would just eventually become black. So Fox Talbot's breakthrough was finding a method of fixing the image after it had been developed. So he used silver chloride in it for his very first photographs, and then later they used various other silver salts, silver nitrate being the most common one, which is still used in film to this day. And what you do is you make an emulsion that suspends the silver crystals silver salt crystals. That's very often a gelatin-based emulsion. So it's just like a very thin layer of jelly on top of the thing that is carrying the emulsion. So yeah, originally they used tracing paper for the negative. Then, as you say, they used glass plates, and glass plates are really good for big images because they're transparent and they're rigid, so they flop about. But they have the disadvantage that you can really only load one at a time into the camera, so you're not going to be able to take photographs rapidly. So they then developed various cellulose-based plastics to make the film from, to carry the substrate, and that was good because you can roll it up and put it in the camera as a roll of film. And of course, these days your film is actually made from polyester. Because
I was going to say, wasn't the original cellulose type film had a more shorter shelf life? It deteriorated.
It can deteriorate, and it had a very nasty habit of catching fire.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Because yeah, I mean, unfortunately, mixing nitrate salts with cellulose is not a hugely good idea, because you end up with basically gun cotton. The stuff they use for the first smokeless propellants in firearms. So it has a nasty habit of catching fire and burning quite bad, burning out of control. And it's also really hard to put out if it does catch fire, because it generates its own oxygen.
Ooh. And who would you say was the most developer of the people that most developed the invention of the camera? Europe or America?
I would say it's probably fairly evenly split between Europe and America. Kodak brought a lot. George Eastman with the Kodak company brought a lot of innovations forward, especially with the box brownie, with a simple point and click. And in fact, in the early days, you sent the whole camera back and they took the film out for you, and reloaded it, so you didn't even need to load your own film. You just sent the whole camera back, and then they made that a little easier for the photographer by making it easy for the photographer to change the film. But innovations have been made on both sides of the big pond.
And I suppose the first innovation with the camera was the focal component of the front of the camera to be able to take a shot at a set distance once they figured out the lensing. Because I know when the cameras were first made, though, everything was upside down. Well, obviously that's just determining of the way the lenses are arranged in the front.
Well, we don't actually need to have a lens in a camera, because the earliest cameras, which were actually camera obscura, which we used to project an image onto a piece of paper for an artist to draw, they often didn't have a lens, and you don't actually need to have a lens. Oh, sorry, Toady. You don't need to have a lens to form an image. You can actually form the image using a very small hole, or a pinhole, which is why you actually get pinhole lens, what they call a pinhole lens. It's a very small hole that actually uses diffraction to form the image.
Right, I've got to go for tea, Alan. Did anyone hear me at all?
Yes, we hear you.
hear you, Toady.
Yeah, so sorry, I've got to run. Tea time. I will be back. Yep.
No problem.
I've been waiting in the waiting room for a while, unfortunately. But
yes, sorry.
Yeah,
It was a bit of a bad start for this stream, but
don't worry, no problem. I'll be back in. I'll eat my tea and I'll come back. Don't worry. And I
yeah,
Okay, Toady.
rewatch it. Thanks,
okay,
Alan.
Toady.
I didn't. It's a shame I couldn't see the waiting room from my side.
Yeah, it's I just happened to have it blocked behind another
Okay.
window. Not even with my giant monitor, not enough room for not enough room for everything I wanted.
I've got YouTube open. I've got me. I don't even know why I've got OBS still running. I've got Zoom window open. I've got the side chat going. I've got our internal side chat going, and the participants list going.
Yeah.
I probably don't need all that on the screen, but that's all I needed. That's all I just left it all as it was.
Yeah.
Metal Slugger said from the 1920s on, it was the US that invented the most, or innovated. Germany was and still is known for the best optics, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the US innovated the most, but they did innovate quite a bit. I think America probably innovated film processes, while Europe probably innovated camera systems. Most of the camera formats we have these days actually originated out of Europe, but
I'm running out of questions, Alan.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'm just thinking back to the lead up to the most modern camera, basically from the past cameras that were out there. Well, I know they're obsolete now in the context of technology wise, but for what came through from the original cameras, well, that's what I was sort of working out.
Many of the best cameras of the night, from the mid 1930s going forward, especially once we moved to the 120 roll film, 120 and 220 roll film formats, and the 35mm format. Most of the cameras that have ever been built for those formats still offer absolutely brilliant results if they were of the top quality. So the German stuff.
I thought they were 110 because I got ones that are 110 out in the cupboard.
The 110 was a cartridge format that was developed by Kodak that used a really small negative, for everyday snapshots in the 1970s and 80s. They used little compact cameras, and the film came in. There were two sizes. There was a large cartridge which was 126,
Yeah.
and there was a small cartridge which was 110. And you literally opened the back of the good old fashioned Kodak Instamatic.
Now I got the ones I got out there. It's a long rectangle shape. Oh, a couple of them out there similar to that shape with an inbuilt flash. And yes, you just open the back out and slip the cartridge in, and away you go.
These are original Kodak Instamatics. They were the first. They came out in the 1960s. And I had one of this type of Kodak Instamatic. Probably one of those.
The 110's okay for happy snaps.
But that's the 110. That was the. They were actually, that actually says 60s, but I'm pretty sure the 110 was more of a 70s thing.
You're not sharing.
Sorry. Not to share.
Yeah, now you are.
Now I'm sharing. Now I'm sharing. Now I'm sharing it with you internally as well as external. Everybody out there could see what I was talking about, even if you guys inside couldn't.
No, it wasn't showing up outside either.
Yeah, it was.
I had YouTube open.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a delay, Terry.
Oh, okay.
Because you're not hearing the audio delay in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's similar shape to the one I've got. Similar shape.
That's a Kodak Instamatic of the type that took 126 film.
Oh, okay.
And then and they had the little cube.
The ones we had were right up into the 90s.
Yeah, well, you can still get 110 and 126 film.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to get. I mean, and later on there we are.
The missus had a one of those Polaroid ones, and we gave it away to St. Vinny's, and we should have kept it because they're collectible.
Yeah, they're also quite popular. But that was the. I had one of these little Kodak Instamatics of the sort that we see selected there from the age of about 5 or 6.
Are those the ones that took the single spool and you had to feed the film across to the other spool?
You just had a cartridge that had 2 bumps in it for the spools.
They were the same.
And it literally ran across the back of the camera, and you dropped the whole thing in. It was just like a big version of the 110 ones.
Right.
In fact, the 110 one was basically a chopped down version of the other one because it came later.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I think I've still got it. 2 or 3 of them laying around that have never been developed.
So those were brilliant cameras for people to take snapshots, and the quality was not huge, but it was good enough for what the majority of people wanted. Very much
I remember
in the same.
Mum using. Yeah.
I'm going to say very much in the same way that a phone camera these days delivers just acceptable quality for what, to the level that people are willing to accept. So,
I remember Mum taking photos with the flashy one, and she'd clip it in, and it'd spin around and take a flash, and then away it'd go.
yeah. So of course, we then came to, then came the DSLR, and of course the big innovations were fitting electronics into the camera. And that was a lot of that was actually done by
Carl's doing a show and tell.
yeah, Carl.
Two times Zoom or something. Oh.
I got lost.
Got lost.
That was a 2001 digital camera. Took pictures onto a floppy disk.
Yeah, the good old Sony Mavica.
I've got an old digital camera out there too. I don't know what it's like.
Quick access floppy drive.
It wasn't exactly what I would call quick.
Oh, but it was for the day, wasn't it?
Definitely.
Because we're looking at a time we're looking at a time from before there was cheaply available solid state memory that you could use. So yeah,
it was a good fit. 640 by 480 images, so not too shabby.
No, I mean, and most people, when the Mavica actually came out in the 90s, an awful lot of people were still only using 800 by 600 monitors. So a 640 by 480 photograph was of a decent size. Yeah, was of a decent size. It would fill your screen.
Correct. Yes.
I mean, it might be a little problematic these days, but
yes.
I think on the resolution of my monitor, I might struggle to see 640 by 480 at all.
It's a postage stamp down in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute stunningly good breakthrough at the time it was released. So, yeah, it was that was a major step in the history of photography. A digital camera that was cheap enough that members of the public could eventually afford it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to go, Alan. It's getting a bit too early here.
That's okay, Terry. Thank you for staying, and thank you for keeping it going enough to get me moving.
I don't think I'll be awake by the time you finish later on this morning.
Metal Slugs Master.
I'll see you later then. See you later,
Cheers,
Carl.
Terry. Cheers,
Yeah.
Terry.
Bye, chat. Bye,
Um,
everyone in chat.
Bye, Terry. For everybody who is
Morning.
in the chat, we are not using
Morning.
Meets, we are using Zoom, and you don't actually need to have
Magpies
anything
going off.
installed on your computer. So I shall share the join link again. And please come in.
Go back to sleep, Quasar.
Even if you don't talk much and are mostly listening, do come in and join us, because it's nice to be able to have people throw in the questions audibly rather than having to just listen for them.
I was wondering if I turn my computer off, that doesn't affect Zoom?
Well, it won't affect my Zoom because I'm the host now, aren't I? So yeah, you can turn your computer off.
I don't know how that works.
Now I'm host. All you can do is leave the meeting. You can't end the meeting.
That's true. Okay then. I'll let it go anyway, because I'll probably turn the computer. Won't hurt leaving it on.
Yeah. So I'm now going to attempt to show everybody the sensor of a DSLR, seeing as how we've got ourselves to that point in the proceedings where we are talking of digital cameras. Now, if I press the menu button and go to sensor cleaning, this is now not going to work on that one. Ooh. If you look in the hole, I'm going to balance this without being able to see in there very easily, but I'm hoping you can just sort of see a green coloured shiny glass looking surface.
There you go.
Can people see that? Can you see it, Carl?
I saw a reflection.
You saw a reflection. Right, let's move the camera down. And there we go. Hoping now that you can actually see the light shining on the surface of the sensor. Of course, now you're getting lots of reflections of the LED ring light that's on my magnifier, but you can also see that it's going a bit mad with the colour because it's
Yeah, you can see it now.
it's a Bayer sensor, and let's let that person in. Oh, let's get the camera set back up. There we go. Yes, it's what is known as a Bayer sensor, which allows us to detect colour. And it does it by having lots and lots and lots of very tiny little multicoloured filters arranged in lines. You have a line of filters over the sensors of red and green, and then in the next row you have blue and green. And here we are. So in this image, what we are seeing, or what I hope you will be seeing, and if I share it to those of you in here, you see an image that is the data taken straight from the camera sensor, and it is what has been done is that each sense cell position, that's what you call a pixel before it becomes 3 colors, has one of these red, green or blue filters on it, and you see the data with the color arrayed over the top of it, because camera sensors don't actually see in color. Camera sensors just see, well, wide scale across the whole visible range, and a little bit into the okay.
I just tried to click on your tabs.
You just tried to click on my tabs.
You're doing some high IQ stuff there.
Just getting carried away.
Well, that's actually what the sensor records. That's actually what the sensor records before the computer in the camera processes it. A very low contrast, very dark looking, very green image. Although, as you pull it off the sensor, there is no color information there at all. It's just.
So it's gone through 3 different color filters, and you've got 3 different images like that.
No, because it's what they call a single chip imager. So you have what they call a Bayer array in front of. So you have on the chip you have sensors rather than pixels. Okay, and each sensor has a different coloured filter in front of it. It's either red, green, or blue, and you actually have, because just like the human eye, because the camera's sensor is most sensitive in that range, they actually have as many green coloured sensors as they do red and blue combined.
Well, that's what I'm seeing there. I'm seeing mostly green there, even though I know you've got red and blue.
you've
There's
got
double the green.
there's double the green. You've got alternating rows, so the rows alternate red, green, red, green, red, green
Hmm.
along one row, and then along the second row it alternates green, blue, green, blue, green, blue, and then the third row is back to red, green, and so on down the sensor.
Can't quite see the point of that.
Well, it's a very efficient way of recording the data because you don't need to keep color data in the camera. Okay, because the sensor just records a brightness level, and that's all the sensor does. It records a brightness level for every location, and there's no cut, and there's no physical actual color in that raw image as it comes off the sensor.
So there's a sensor reading, and I know if that sensor is either green, blue, or red, and I know that it's between, I don't know, 0 and 255 or whatever the number range is.
Yeah, it's 14 bits. But so it's 4K.
4K
And
color range.
it's 4K. No, it's 4K brightness range.
Ah, sorry, not brightness. Yeah. Sorry, not
Yeah,
color. Brightness. All right.
It's
So it's 4K brightness range on the sensor, and the
on the
sensor is
sensor.
green, red.
Once it's been digitized, yes. So when the because obviously the photons come into the sensor.
Yep.
You get them filtered for color by the filter array.
For the filter.
So you either get green, red, or blue. You either get a green, red, or blue filter that filters the incoming light. The sensor, the silicon, then basically builds up a charge based on the number of photons that arrive. Yeah. You then read that charge or voltage off the sensor, amplify it if necessary, depending on your camera settings, and then you feed it to a digitizer that digitizes it to one of 4K levels.
Still not understanding why there's so many green there, though. That would mean I'd get very good green in my picture if I'm taking pictures of the grass.
That's because we are most sensitive to green light. So we actually want lots of green information, and we don't need so much red and blue information. Because it's actually
we need twice as much.
This is actually mimicking how our eyes record, light as well, in so much as we are much more sensitive to generally we are much more sensitive to green light than we are to red light.
So I've got a couple of problems with that. Okay, here's the 3 challenges on that, and I'm sure you can explain them, Alan, but I'll go through them one at a time. The first one is my understanding of how color photography on film worked is that was actually a different process, right? So it's not
a completely different process. Yeah,
let me go through the 3 challenges. The second process is, so therefore this let's get lots of green in doesn't seem to be very analogous to the way that film used to work. So that's point 1. Point 2 is if we're collecting all of this green information, it's a bit crazy because we're then also quite often putting it onto a screen rather onto film, and obviously a screen is creating active color rather than obviously passive reflected color of a film or a photograph or a printed magazine or something.
Yeah.
And while we're getting in so much green, and then the third bit is surely this is going to, it's not very balanced. Normally computers are very balanced, but over flooding the green seems really very odd to me.
We haven't actually got down to the processing part yet, and you have to remember that although we call these red, green, and blue filters, they are actually quite wideband for the frequencies they let through. And statistically, this is what works. I didn't design the Bayer color filter array. I've never actually gone into the absolute wheres and wherefores of the design of the Bayer color filter array. I just know it works because some very nice people at Canon and Nikon and various other places have had the really brilliant people who've been able to design this filter and have it work really well for us.
And it uses all cameras use this Bayer filter, do they? They all use the same.
Not all cameras. A lot of older video cameras actually used a 3 sensor design, so they would literally split the light coming in into 3 and feed it to a red, green, and blue sensor. But that was mostly on video cameras, color.
Red, green, and blue sensor, or a sensor with a filter in front of it?
Well, sensor with a filter in front of it. So you would literally have 3 separate sensors, each with its own color filter in front of it.
I get that.
And you would then pull off red, green, and blue for each of those pixel locations, because you would be able to essentially have a sensor in the same image location in each color band. See, because what we're going to do when we convert this to a full color image is we are going to interpolate the colors using various different interpolation methods, so that we end up with an RGB value for each sensor location, and then we will at which point we will call it a pixel. That's the trick with converting the sensor data to color images, because we also tend to boost we have to do quite a lot of processing to boost the contrast and do what we call white balancing, because obviously we need to make the white bits look white for a start, and that varies depending on the color temperature of the light falling on it. So I was hoping not to have to get into a super detailed explanation of how sensors record color, but I don't mind, as long as people are interested. That is good enough for me.
Definitely interested on this side. Totally confused, but interested.
Yeah, it's in some ways it's actually easier talking about this to people who haven't got any or haven't got very much prior experience, because you're dealing with it before people have made any assumptions.
Yes.
But you see, this is so.
I've got a
That's
feeling you're going to have to do the whole thing in a few parts, Alan, because I can see this is a lot bigger, right, than I'd kind of maybe first anticipated. Because actually, it's absolutely fascinating. Because if I was a flat earther type, I would be saying this is all fake color anyway, essentially, right? Because it's so green biased, yeah, and then they're just trying to bias it back, and it's amazing it works so well. I have got a little bit of sort of many moons in the past. I did a lot of programming for scanning for Xerox printers, right, which were reproducing color, and we had to mess around with all sorts of arrays and then use lots of programming and stuff. So I've got a little bit of an understanding of the color processing chain, which is why I'm so surprised that they're using so much green. So I'll be fascinated at the next step. And is this a real image, or have you converted this? Is this an example?
The photograph that you see of the car under the sheet, is a photograph that I took, and I always have my cameras set to save in RAW quality.
RAW. This is what I was going to ask. That's what I was fascinated.
So
RAW, does it look like that? Because I've never seen RAW. I always have to convert RAW through Canon's converter.
You always have to put RAW through a converter in order to be able to see it.
There you go. Exactly. So I've never seen RAW.
But what you can do is there is software out there called
because I tell you for why I've never understood it, and I'm sure there's some software that can do it. I believe you. We can post it later just to keep the flow going. But why on earth would you always want to record RAW? They always, I read the manual, right? Professional photographers always want to record RAW, and I thought, okay, fair enough, I'll do that. Takes up loads of space, fills my camera up, all this raw information, no good to me. Can't see it. Stick it on my computer. It's on my computer. Take up a load of space. I've got, for every image I've got that's 4 meg, I've got another 8 meg version that's in RAW, which has been converted to the 4 meg that I then do something with. Why the hell am I keeping all this raw data? I mean, what on earth was the point?
One of the points is that there's a lot more information. You've got a lot more information there to work with. So
if I know how to work with it.
Once you've learned how to work with it, you actually realise. Mr. P, just behave yourself, and you will keep your spanner.
So I'm being naughty in the chat. I should look at the chat, shouldn't I?
No, he's not being naughty in the chat. It's just he just made a comment about me giving him a spanner and Terry not. If you're taking a selfie of you against a mediumly toned background, then no, keeping the raw data probably isn't going to be super important. But when you go and do photography where you've got, let's say, a very bright sky and something in quite deep shadow, and you would like to have detail in both of those parts of the image, keeping the raw data is really useful, because you have the 14 bits of data at every every sensor location to work with, and you can tell the conversion software that you need to limit the make sure that in the output transformation that you don't go trying to push something that's a bright color past the end point of white in your output format, because your output format allows you 8 bits per RGB. Essentially, if you're using JPEG, which most people are. So you can you can pull down the highlights so that you keep all the detail in the highlights, and you can push up the shadows a bit so that you keep all of the details in the shadow that your 14 bits recorded, and transform them into the 8 bits.
Have you
yeah.
got a practical example where you can show us that, Alan? Like that
Yeah.
amazing reason for doing RAW, like one that you did and then one where that hasn't been done, so we get the idea of why we would want to do this.
Yes, I can show you that in just a second, probably. Just to mention, the other advantage of saving RAW is you haven't applied the white balance to the data yet. Okay, because what you do, you know how color has different colors of light have what they term a different color temperature. So artificial light, tungsten light is
Oh yeah, white lights and warm white,
is
soft
is
white and
warm
hard white. Yeah,
is
Got
yeah,
it.
and that's based on the color temperature. So tungsten light is sort of 2.5 to 3,000 Kelvin. Normal open daylight is 5 to 5,500 Kelvin. The standard for the standard that cold white LED lighting is trying to match is called D65, and that's about the same as an overcast sky, and that's about 6,500 Kelvin. And that's open shade, and then you've got a cloudy sky which is about 7,500 Kelvin. So you have a whole range of possible colors of the light coming in, and that's one of the things that caused the problem with that. Is the dress blue and black, or is the dress gold and white, or whatever it's supposed to be?
Is it? I thought that was a psychological thing, Alan.
Partly, it's partly
I thought, because I read up about that dress thing, and I thought,
it's
what
partly.
do you see? Because I see gold and blue.
I can see either, depending on how I look at the picture.
Ah, well, so can I. Because if I slant my phone slightly, I can see it the other way. But that's obviously because I'm cutting something out or changing the lighting. So if I angle my screen,
Should I tell you what it actually depends on?
Yeah, go on.
To a big degree, it depends on the color temperature of the light you're looking at the screen under.
Really? Can we just bring it up? Can we just bring it up? That is I've got it. All right. I'm going to go and bring it up myself and do that experiment right now, because that is really interesting. That is,
yeah, it's really hard to change the color temperature of the light significantly enough.
Well, I've got two in here. I've got a warm white and I've got a cold white. My desk lamp and my other one. That
might just give you enough change. I'm not guaranteeing it will work, but that's one of the.
Oh, you made your claim now. Citations are needed, Alan. Tut tut, naughty boy.
I do actually.
I haven't had a drink yet. It's Saturday night, but I've not had a drink yet. So
I do have citations for it. However, I can't bring them up right this minute. But no, part of the problem is that the photograph was taken under what I might term difficult color temperature, because it was taken under fluorescent lighting, and that's crazy. That's kind of crazy green, and so.
Depending on trouble finding the original now, because what I'm finding is one where someone's made it look like what you could see it look like if you. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I know it's
hard
quite
to find the original image now, which is a shame.
Yes, I know I don't have that one. I do have the.
So I found one. Don't worry, I found it. Dressgate. Do we all see colours differently? What colour is this dress? That looks pretty good. All right.
Yeah, I mean there's an awful lot to this.
Yeah, there's a psychological effect as well as a visual.
There is the psychological effect. There's the color temperature you're looking at the image under. Because I looked at it once and said, yeah, well, that's that colour, and then you look at it another occasion and it looks the other way round.
Yeah, so I've got it on my
And very
screen.
often
And
it's
if I slightly
it's
squint and change the angle, it goes to black and blue. Whereas at the moment, in fact, that's really interesting. I put something next to it to change it. But actually, at the moment, it's now looking gold and blue.
And if you were to be able to, if it was daytime and you were able to go from looking at it indoors under tungsten lighting to walking outside to looking at it under daylight, there is a good possibility of it changing. Because that's one of these. This is why I'm saying this is the problem with color perception. It's really complex. That's why the Bayer CFA is the way the Bayer CFA is. Because basically what you do is you have sorry, I've just realized that I cocked up with my number of bits. I gave you the number of bits for a 12-bit processor, 12-bit sensor, which you get in many compact cameras. The 14-bit is 16K. So you have you have to multiply the value of the sensors under the different color filters by different amounts. So, for example, in the photograph above that I just showed of the car, this one, the multiplier values for each pixel to go from that green to a proper color, depending on the preset you might use, varies. And that table that is currently on screen shows you the multipliers for the red, the 2 green, and the blue sensors. So for the daylight preset, you would multiply all of the values of the red sensors by 2. The greens get multiplied by 1, and the blue gets multiplied by 1.4. The reason why in the table the greens get multiplied by 1.024 is simply binary conversion. To get the floating point, the closest number you can get to 1 is 1.024 or 2 to the 10. Rounding errors when you change base. Who'd have thunk it? But you can see that in under daylight you're multiplying the red by 2, red by 2 and the blue by 1.4, and under tungsten you're almost doing it the other way round. You're multiplying the blue by 2 and the red by only 1.6. So this is how this is one of the things they have to do before they process the color into color. Are you still there, Toady?
Yep. I mean, others can talk too. I don't want to monopolize it. I tend to like talking, so, and obviously love the sound of my own voice. So I do try not to talk all the time, if at all possible, for just general politeness.
I
I was
think
actually
other
looking at the
people,
dress and trying to work out if I could change the colour of it.
yeah, no, it's just nice to get a little bit of audio feedback from.
Oh, I'll say
people.
every minute, so you know what I'm here.
Well, no, it's like just to make sure I am not just talking to myself.
Don't worry, Alan.
I'm
I'll give you a little bit of
definitely here.
feedback.
Who said that?
It was me.
Ah, Carl, the lurker.
Lurking in the background.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. So it yeah. So that's the first step of the convert the image to color. Do the white balancing.
That's all right, Carl. I'm lurking, the lurker.
I thought you'd fallen asleep.
Yeah,
Hey.
you thought.
Yes, or I'm surprised that Twit's not here, because she's so keen on boring male geekdom and loves me. So I'm surprised she's not straight in the chat, ready to watch this. It would really be her thing. Not. How many we got watching?
I don't know. I don't actually
16.
have the.
16 watching. That's good. 16.
That
16
is
people.
that is good.
That is good.
Especially as we seem to have jumped in feet first into some actually quite deep stuff. But that is the start of the process of converting your image to color, is to do the white balancing, and that's a really good reason for you saving the image as raw, because if you happen to muck up and shoot with the camera set to fluorescent in daylight, the multipliers that you're going to use are going to make the image look very wrong.
How often have you gone back there, Alan, and gone, oh, I set it to fluorescent in daylight. I did this really important shoot. Didn't check or preview, of course, any of my images, because, of course, none of us do that. Got home, found you'd done it wrong, and thought, oh, but luckily I've got the raw data. I can reapply the color transformations. Job done. Job's a good one. I'm not being nasty. I'm
no, I know you're not. But no,
but I strongly
can I tell you this more times than I would like to admit.
Really.
I have actually done
very
that.
Doubtful. Did you not pre-screen your images on your camera?
Yeah, but I've gone from doing one thing to another in a real hurry.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I've been set up doing one thing, and then it's like, especially when you're working with other people, I'm set up to do one thing, and then I get moved to doing something else, and you end up forgetting that you need to make an adjustment change on the camera. And you snap away and you've just snapped a load of important images that you can't replace because you forgot. Because changing the white balance is one of them things you tend not to think of. And yes, I have actually done it while working with people who are paying me.
I'm just surprised because I've never set the white balance ever on my camera, so that'll be fun. Hopefully at some point you'll tell us how we do that. But
yeah, I will tell you how you do that right this minute, because this is one of those things that is actually worth knowing about. Remind me of what I normally
use. Well, what have I got? I've got a couple here. I have got a P900 actually in my hand, but I've also got my Canon EOS 111OD or whatever it is over there. So I
Right.
don't know which you prefer me to go and get.
I would prefer if you had your Canon EOS.
All right, let me get the Canon. Hang on, I'll go get the Canon. Hang on,
1100D.
I'll go get the Canon. Hang on, hang on.
What the hell?
No, there's a cat attacking my camera strap. It's all right. I've got rid of him. It's quite large. Right, I'm back with my camera. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hang on. Stop the
Right.
share.
Canon in hand.
Right. The reason I say the Canon is because you see that I have 3 cameras on my desk.
See, where am I
And
looking?
on my desk.
Well, am I looking at something on the screen?
On
I've had this problem before with Zoom where it doesn't actually let me see stuff. Do you remember?
right.
Work
This
out why
is.
that was.
I don't know. This is my.
All right, I can see you, says Carl. So what am I doing wrong? Oh, look, I can see John. Do I have to click on something?
If you click on the, can you see the usernamed camera?
Here we are. Username camera. Brilliant. Now what do I do?
Click on-
Perfect. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Oh, right. Okay.
There you go. Click on username camera because what I did in order to have 2 cameras is I'm in the meeting twice. Once with the phone, so I've got the
perfect.
phone.
Okay, that's
I've
what
got the phone in a. I've got a
muddled
phone
me.
in the holder on the tripod next to
Got
me,
it.
and then I've got the webcam sitting on the top of the tower unit at the other end of the desk. So I've got images from both ends of the desk. It's kind of handy, really.
Yeah, it's a really nice way to do it, isn't it? Is Mr. Watson here?
Mr. Watson is in the call.
Oh, that's good. Right, so I've just realised there's obviously no. Oh no, there is power. Yeah, brilliant. Right, I've got my camera. My Canon is in my hand. I'm looking at a screen that says P, and then it's got some very confusing numbers all over it with the words like one shot.
No worries.
ISO.
Right,
It's got a little.
Let me just go to there and then just go there for a minute, and I'm going to have to go back to the sharing bit.
Bloody hell, it's doing a really annoying thing as well. It's not showing me the.
Now, can you see the screen?
Yeah, that's it.
Does that look helpful to you?
That's the one I got. Yep, that's my one.
That's right. The camera that I've got in my hand here to show you, which is not my camera, and I borrowed it for this. I have got a 550D, but it uses a very similar interface. That's why I borrowed it.
It's interesting that is not a picture there though of an EOS 110D, because the EOS 110D, it's probably a generic Canon picture in there, isn't it? Because an EOS 110D actually says EOS 110D, where that just says EOS on the bottom right.
You know why that says EOS on it and it doesn't say 110? Doesn't have the one number. Is because they can use the same image on all of the manuals throughout the world. Because in America it's one of the Rebel series.
Okay, so they've branded it a bit differently.
In Japan it's one of the KISS series. Japan and Oceania. So I think the Australians get the KISS series. And in Europe it's the 1100D.
Got it.
So
what's really annoying here is not letting me use the back thing to take a picture. I used to be able to press the button and then it would actually show me the picture on my back panel. It just goes black now. But
it should be. Let me.
Oh, look! I found the thing that you just said. White balance. Oh, look at this: shade, cloudy, tungsten light, fluorescent.
Yep.
Custom. Oh yes.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I shall.
Yeah. How do you see through the back thing rather than through the viewfinder?
And go back to the. Right. Let me throw this camera on.
Hello, chaps.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's all good.
Going. I think we're having a reasonably good stream here.
Yep. So mine is on the same setting as yours now, AV. Though mine's a slightly different layout, but it's essentially the same.
Yeah.
You're in AV mode, yeah. I was on P, but I'm now on AV to match yours, whatever AV means.
Yes. AV. That's one of the things I was really hoping to get to, rather than all the technical digressions we've been having because people asked technical questions.
We're just people who like asking questions, though, aren't we?
Of course we are. So anyway, on this one we have you've got the 4-way D-pad with the set button in the middle, which I think is pretty much the same as on the 1100. So to adjust the white balance, you would press that, and then you have the
I've got a button that says WB on mine, and I haven't got a scroll on mine, but I can go along it. Yeah, which is fine, and I can look at all these different.
And the the little wheel above the button you use to take the photograph. There's a little wheel above that.
You can scroll along. Oh, yeah.
You use that to scroll it along.
Oh, I didn't realise that. Yeah, I found that now. Brilliant.
Okay, that's This is so, and that is, and for those that use other brands of camera, you will find a button that says white balance, and you will be able to scroll it in a very similar way.
My wife was telling me to try and take an F100 picture, and I've debunked her because F100 doesn't exist. It only goes up to 29.
Actually, well, that is actually lens dependent, not camera dependent.
Is it? She was trying to tell me at
that's
dinner.
A function of the lens.
Okay, at dinner that it means something that she didn't know. Something to do with the focus, because I was saying, I wanted to know what it meant. So she was trying to be helpful.
Once we have dealt with color balance,
we'll do that.
I'm going to move to that.
The mysteries of the F number. Okay.
Good. The mysteries of the F number. Now, AWB is automatic.
What does AV mean, by the way, to start with? We put it on AV mode.
AV mode means aperture value.
Okay.
So we have the reason why you may never need to actually adjust the white balance is because if your camera has a good AWB setting, it's actually very good at guessing what the color of what the color balance is. It calculates it. Canons are a bit notorious for being a bit red under artificial light.
I'd say mine looks a bit red. Now, a very odd thing has just happened now. Right, so I found the thing on the back that makes the back thing work. I'm taking a photo, okay? Yeah. And instead of me seeing the preview of the photo, it does give me the preview in a little box, but it's now giving me I don't know if you've done something, or maybe it's because I'm on this programming actually, Alan.
It's because
I'll tell you what it's giving me. It's giving me a picture that says RGB now, a bit like your thing. And actually it's skewed on the red, as you say. There's the red bit of the histogram is like off the scale. Green is pretty flat and blue is a little bit to the left. And then it's giving me this kind of white histogram as well. Is that because we're on this AV mode that I'm getting all this histograms?
Probably, yes. It's when you switch it away from the fully auto modes.
Yeah, which is the one I only ever use auto. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them have essentially a green box. And if you have it set to the green box, the camera sets everything up for you, and is actually really good at taking average photos.
Yeah. My Egypt ones were very good for the whole time on that box.
Yeah, no, yes, they will be.
And you saw some of them; they were pretty good. Good lighting in Egypt, obviously. So
when I say average photos, if the conditions are not extremely difficult, the camera is the programming in the camera is actually pretty damn good at working out what settings to use to get you a nicely exposed image. It's when you want to do it's when you want to do things with it that are a bit more specialized is when you kind of need to be able to know to use the other settings.
Okay. Or like we were talking about before, taking pictures of the night sky or something.
Yes, or the things that I do, taking photographs of aircraft.
Yeah.
Because I would quite like my aircraft to have nice detail on the bottom of the aeroplane, nice detail on the top of the aeroplane, and preferably not a sky that is completely burned out to white. So that is actually quite difficult to achieve.
So the fascinating thing about that histogram is it does exactly what you said. It shows that there's a lot of red in here. Maybe my white balance isn't set right. Now, if I change my white balance, it might change the histogram, mightn't it?
It will.
Is
It
that possible?
will indeed, because you're actually looking at the histogram of the saved image. So
I do have a slight problem now because I don't know how to get back to the main screen. Let's try that. Yeah, the menu for white balance doesn't seem to be working now. Right, mine says EXP sim. Do we know what EXP sim means? EXP sim.
Exposure simulation. That is
okay.
That when you use the screen on the back rather than the optical viewfinder.
Yes.
It has two options. It can either try and make the image look nice and bright and viewable on the screen, or it can show you what the image will look like after it's been taken using the current camera settings.
Right.
Okay, for exposure. So if you have it, so when you have it set to exposure simulation, if the image is underexposed, so the image will be dark, the image on the screen will be dark. If it's overexposed, using the current settings, the image on the screen will be bright or burned out or whatever to match what would happen when you actually take the photograph.
So any idea why I can't now get into those menus I was getting into earlier, or even see the menu I saw earlier? You know, the one that you started with that I saw too. I can't get anywhere near it now. I don't know what I've done. Have I pressed something?
Right.
You know, the one where it said there was I could go down to white balance and mess with it, and it showed me the S values and all of that.
If you push right at the top,
that one.
If you press that one again, it'll drop out so that you then use because basically this menu you see is what you get when you use the optical viewfinder.
Got it.
Now,
that's the one. You're right, Alan. Thanks for that.
I've been doing photography for that long that I don't actually like holding a camera out in front of me and looking at the screen.
No, really.
Unless I've got the camera on a tripod.
Yeah.
That's fine. But for handheld shots, I will always put my eye to the viewfinder and look through the optical viewfinder.
Now that's really interesting. So I've changed the setting. You know, you were talking about the white balance. I said it was coming out very red, and I'd put it to fluorescent in the room that I'm in. But actually, I think I've got a daylight bulb in here. I've just changed it to indoor but daylight, and now it's perfectly balanced. It's amazing. It's changed.
The fluorescent setting really only works with traditional fluorescent tubes, like you get in the kitchen.
Yeah,
like you have in the kitchen.
Does it?
CFLs and LEDs and all the rest tend to be much closer to tungsten.
It's made a very different
because they're actually designed to mimic tungsten.
It's very interesting. It really has changed that picture. Oh,
yeah.
And now the picture I'm looking at is flashing on some bits. What does that mean? Overexposed, would that be?
That's over. Yeah, those bits that are flashing are overexposed. So basically, it will just come out as white, or at least one of the 3 channels will just come out as being.
So it's like flashing black
maxed
and
out.
white. Cool, this is incredible. I've never used any of these functions before. They're all quite interesting, aren't they?
Yes, there's lots and lots of interesting functions.
So I know now if I've got too much red, and I can
So-
change my white balance. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, leaving it on auto white balance is generally a good option.
Yeah.
Canon's auto white balance works really well outside. More modern, i.e., current Canon cameras, have an additional auto white balance that works better for tungsten light.
Yep.
But if you take a photograph and it's looking it's indoors and it's looking a bit red, now you know that you've got the option of switching it from auto to one of the presets.
Yep.
And now there's another good reason why you might want to use one of the presets instead of auto. Just recently, day before yesterday, they had the BBC news site had all those pictures of the lovely sunrise that we had because of the fact that we'd had the tail end of the hurricane pass over us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you wanted to go out and shoot the sunrise, and you wanted to get the colours in the clouds and everything, you would be better off to switch to daylight than leave it on auto. Because if you switch it to daylight, it will allow the camera to record those pinks and reds in the sky in a much stronger manner. Whereas if you leave it in auto, there's a good chance it will tone it down some, because essentially at sunrise and sunset, because we scatter all the blue out, the light is very red, so the light is reminiscent of tungsten to the camera. So the camera will pick
So you won't
a color
get those
balance
nice colours.
value that is closer to tungsten, which will filter a lot of those colors out, especially off of things that so like where you would have, say you've got a cottage with a white painted wall, you would get that nice warm glow from the white because of the sunrise or sunset. But the auto white balance would actually effectively filter that out for you. So at that point, you might want to set daylight, because it will allow you to be much. You'll retain those reds and pink tones that would otherwise be filtered out. And this is another reason for shooting RAW, because you can very easily set custom white. You can very easily set the white balance to be to a custom setting in the RAW converter, because you're always starting with data that hasn't been processed.
Right.
So.
So we better get onto the f-stop at the moment. And I'm taking all these pictures and I'm getting the balance pretty good, and I'm liking the colours I'm getting, and my reds are coming out on my scarf over them, my Doctor Who scarf. But this F, I did it on a long one, and it seemed to sit there for a long while and then go click. And I did it on a very low F value, and it made 2 clicks. So
yeah, right. I'm going to talk now about. We're still going to use automation in the camera. We're not going to go to fully manual, because that we don't need yet. But I'm going to I'm going to talk for a few minutes about two particular modes the camera has:
Mm-hmm.
AV mode and TV mode.
TV. Okay.
Okay, and AV stands for aperture value, and TV mode stands for time value. Okay. Now,
Just
one of the
aperture to blur the background. Okay. Yeah.
one
Just
of the
speed to make moving
one.
objects
Let me
still.
just grab
Okay.
my other camera because it's a bit bigger, so you can kind of see some of this stuff a little better because it's got a bigger aperture.
Oh wow, that's a big lens.
Yeah, it has a large front element, so you can. Oh, come here. There we go. Turn that on.
Oh, I don't like this TV mode. It's very dark.
That's because at the moment the settings are such that you have difficulty in.
Let's crank it right up. Let's see what happens then.
Look, there's funny things if I look. Interesting.
What's if I set it to 2?
God, that's black. I've gone the wrong way.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm
Crank it the other
not
way.
sure. I'm not sure if we're going to have enough light in here. I don't think we're going to have enough light for this. But
Oh dear. You know what I've done.
right. Oh. If you look in the back of this, if we look through the lens now, but from the back, we can see that it's we're looking through it, and the opening is quite large. Yes,
Yeah, massive. Yeah.
massive. Yeah, that's why I have a massive lens, because it lets lots of. It's massive because it makes a big hose pipe for letting the the photons come through.
Right.
Just like letting water molecules through a hose pipe. Yeah?
Yep. Oh my goodness. Right. Yeah, I've been messing with this thing and I put it on like 4 inches, but it's not inches, is it? It's 4 seconds.
Seconds, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like so bright. It's unbelievable. Okay. That's quite interesting though. I've never messed with that before.
Okay. Excuse me one moment. I've just nigh bricked my camera.
Oh dear,
I
be
hacked-
careful.
I hacked my camera
Yes.
so that it
Did
would
you?
do. Yeah, I hacked my camera so it would do extra clever stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
But you have to be a little bit careful. Sometimes it will lock itself up, and the only way to stop it is by turn that off. That helps. Right. So hopefully now.
What
Yes.
Canon is that? Is that an SLR?
The one that I've got in my hand is a
Yeah.
Canon. It's a Canon EOS 50D.
Oh right.
So it's quite an old. It's quite an old camera. It's about. I think it's about 12 years old.
Digital.
Digital, yes.
Yeah. And what was your other one that you had? The earlier one that you swapped from?
The one I swapped from was a 550D, which is a similar. It's a similar spec camera to the one that you've got. Right.
Right.
Now, if I can get this lined up properly.
Yeah. I can't
Can
really
you
read
see-
the things, but I can see it's got some numbers there.
Can you see inside here?
Not
The
super,
hole
but-
has gone. The hole has gone very tiny.
Yeah, it has. It's little. Yes.
It's little. It's really hard to line it up. But basically, there's a.
Right. Can I do that on my one? Let me try.
To do
All
it,
right, I see. I've got a hole that's about a centimetre.
if you look in the
Oh,
if you
right.
look
Now
at
I've reduced it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
yeah, I was going to say,
that.
hang on just a second because I'm going to have to because I cheated because I stopped
Yeah.
it. I made it go small and then took the lens off so I could kind of demonstrate.
Yeah, so mine doesn't go that small, Alan. Mine goes about a centimetre and a half, I reckon it is. And then if I turn this dial, it goes down to probably about a centimetre, I'm guessing.
Right. Oh,
It depends which end I'm looking at, because I was looking the way you were looking, but actually if I look from the front, it looks even smaller.
yeah. What I would suggest doing is just looking in from the front, and you will be able to push the stop down. There's a button that actually makes the aperture close.
Where's this button?
Which is, well, I'm hoping you have one.
No.
It's just there on the side of the body.
Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, I've taken my thing off. I've got my lens off now.
All right, if you put the lens back on.
Oh, you want me to put my lens on, do you? All right, okay.
Yeah, if you put the lens on.
I was just interested in how small the thing went, as one is. Yep, okay. Is it back on properly? Yeah, I think it's on. Yep.
Yeah.
Looks good.
And if you're in AV mode,
Hang on.
if you then
AV.
adjust it.
Yeah, I'm in AV. Yep, perfect.
If you're in AV, if you then just use the wheel at the front,
Yep.
so that at the top in the middle, you end up with it at the largest F number.
Right.
So if
32.
you've got the standard lens,
yep,
that will be F25.
No, 32
Oh, all right, okay.
on mine.
Oh, of course, yes, it changes depending on what zoom setting you've got.
Oh, hang on, right, okay. Okay. Yeah, 22 is the biggest it goes now.
Because if I go to 55, I can get it down to 36 on the standard.
I get 36 on mine, or if I, as you say, turn the thing.
I'm guessing you've got the standard 18 to 55 mil lens.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you then get the stop down button, which is the one just underneath the lens release, that will make the aperture go to the value that it will be for taking the picture. And if you look in the end,
no, I've not got a stop down button. Not on mine.
Not just under. You've got the lens release, and then there's a little button just under.
No button underneath it. Nothing.
Ah, okay.
It's blank. Yeah, no stop downs on mine.
This is one of the things that happens as you go down the range of cameras. They take bits.
Take these features off. What does the stop down do?
It basically lets you shut the aperture down to the value it's going to be when the photograph is taken. So
right, so I'm on 22 at the moment, and I'm on ISO 6400.
Yeah. No, if you haven't got the stop down button, you can't actually see it. But you'll see it if you take a photograph.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just looking the end of in the end of the lens.
Yeah.
If you take the photograph, it will stay open for the shutter will stay open for quite a long time. But if you look in the end of the lens, you will actually see the diaphragm close down to restrict the size of the lens opening.
Right.
Who's that? That's
don't know, breathing in a funny way.
Breathing in a funny way.
No, I can't see it changing while I'm doing it. No.
Quasar. If you take a photo, if you zoom it to 55, you'll see in the end you'll see like a.
I don't have zoomed it. That's not coming on the back, Alan. I can't see that. I'm zooming it on the back. I'm just wanting you to look in the front of the lens without worrying about what's on the back. Right. Okay. All right. I'm just looking at the front of the lens. I'm doing that, Alan. Yep.
When you push the shutter button,
Hang on, let me try and work. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
when you look in the front of the lens, you'll see what looks like a round plastic hole that looks to be about a centimetre across, maybe.
No, mine's about half a centimetre. The bright bit, you mean?
The bright bit you can see when you look through when you're looking at when you're seeing what's at the other end of the optical viewfinder.
Totally
When
lost
you
now. So when I look at my lens, I see a lot of black, and then I see a bright white bit in the middle, which is pretty small.
Yes, well, if you've got that set to f36,
Hang on,
when
F36.
you take
No, let me say it's F36. That's what I said on the back. No, I
Yeah.
can't go up to 36 unless I do
well,
the zoom.
if
Yeah, all right, it's on 36 now. Yeah, all good. We're
yeah,
on 36.
if you-
Yep.
if
Oh,
you
it's
set
much
the zoom-
bigger. Yeah,
if you
yeah,
set
okay.
the zoom to 55, it brings the optical bit to the front of the. It brings the important bit to the front of the lens, and it looks bigger for you.
Yeah, it's bigger, definitely. You're right.
Right. So if you then take the photograph,
It's about a centimetre now.
yeah, which is what because I was looking at it with it set to 55.
Oh, it flicks when I press the shutter button.
When you press the shutter button, it flicks down, and you've got a tiny,
That's it.
tiny little hole.
Well, it vanishes completely on mine, but okay, yep.
Yeah.
Do you mean half press the shutter button or fully press it?
When you fully press it so that it actually
Let's try
takes
that
the photo.
again. It looked like it
Because
vanished. to me.
if you haven't got the if you haven't got
I'll put my
the stop
finger
down
over
button,
the end. That's very interesting.
um,
No, it just vanishes when I do that.
when you take the photo,
Yeah.
it will it will probably spend a long time
When I take the photo, mine just flicks black for a second.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember by looking at my desk, I'm looking through mine at my desk, and my desk is like a sort of yellow colour, which is.
No, look in the front when you take the photo, and hopefully the photo will take quite a long time of quite a lot of seconds, because.
Oh yes, right, okay, yeah. Oh, and I can see. Right, okay. Hang on, now I'm with you, and then I can see that little iris thing.
The little iris thing. That's the whole thing we're talking about. The little iris.
If I get the right angle, I can see that little iris thing. Yep.
When you look in the
there,
front,
I can see it. Yeah. It's like a little baby hole.
Yeah, it turns into a little baby hole. Yeah. That's the diaphragm. So.
Yeah, I can see it perfectly. Now I've got a lens here that I took apart last week off an old camera. Oh, actually, I've screwed that bit up now. I'm taking it apart. But yeah, it had one of them in it.
It's got one of them in it.
Well,
it's called an iris or a diaphragm. It
was quite a nice lens. It was a Voigtlander, but anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
anyway, it isn't
anyhow.
Yeah.
The
Anywho,
the aperture. It has an F number because basically what happens is. And
I've never understood these Fs. I've always heard people talking about them.
That's why we are now going to. That's where we're now going to go, and I am looking. I'm looking.
This Voigtlander's got so many numbers on it. It's got feet to infinity.
Yeah, that'll be the focus distance.
And then, because remember, this was a film camera. Then it had 3.5 to 16, whatever that was. Yeah. And then it had all these other funny numbers. God.
It'll have a focal length on there somewhere.
Focal length.
Guessing maybe
1 to 300 as a number on one ring. I mean, as I say, it's got a lot more numbers than my new lens on my Canon has.
Yeah. So, F ratios.
Yeah.
Shall we
go ahead? So this old Voigtlander went 1:35 up to 50. Whereas if I look at my Canon lens, that says 1.3 to 5.6. So that Voigtlander must have gone a lot wider, was it?
Probably. You'll probably be able to work it out a lot better once we've actually done this little bit of discussion.
Right, I'm listening. I'll shut up.
No, that's fine. So, F ratio. I'm going to have the words on screen while I talk about it, because I don't want to get this wrong, and I don't want to confuse you. So we'll have some words as well. So F ratios, they're really useful. They're a really useful way of defining how fat the pipe is, or how wide, how big around the bucket is that you're going to use for catching the light. Okay, it's one of the two ways we can control the actual physical amount of light coming into the camera for the exposure.
Yep. One is how much light comes in, and the other is how much do we expose the CCD to that light.
One is how wide we make the bucket.
Yeah.
And the other is how long we let the light fall into the bucket for.
Yeah.
They're the two ways of controlling the actual amount of light. There is a third control that affects, that seems that is a pseudo force in exposure, in that it doesn't change the amount of light we're working with, but of course we can amplify the photons that arrived, which is ISO, which will make the picture brighter or darker.
Amplify. So hang on,
But
we've got so we've got how thick is the pipe?
How thick is the
quickly
pipe?
do we take the end off the pipe and slap it back on, basically? Or whatever we hold the bottom of the pipe, or whatever analogy we're using. And then as the water comes through, the analogy breaks down, doesn't it? But basically,
well, we can,
the water
as it comes through,
in.
we can as it comes through, we can add a pump to it to pump it up a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So we increase the force by pumping it up a bit.
By pumping it up. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but we're always just pumping the same volume of water.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a really good analogy, because that shows you the difference between changing the number of photons we're dealing with and changing how much pressure we get out of the photons, essentially, because it becomes important when we get down to things like image noise, because when we only have a few photons, the variation in the number of photons arriving at each particular location that will average out to the same brightness.
And somebody's gone to sleep.
It's not me.
I thought it was Quasar, so I muted him again.
Oh,
It's
right.
definitely not me.
Oh, I know who it is.
Unpaid Shields.
Unpaid Shields.
He's really enjoying this. It's the first stream, Alan, that anyone's ever put anybody to sleep on.
Shields has got some health problems at the minute that cause him to have.
I know, I'm not being
problems
nasty.
anyway,
I'm
so,
only joking. Nicest
yeah.
possible way.
Yeah, I've muted him. Just because it was a little bit difficult, but as Terry said, most of the people that go into his server, we're all knackered old shits.
It's just the fact somebody dropped off on your stream.
You do know that I have fallen asleep on my own streams in the past.
You're joking. What you mean, listening to them or actually on them?
On them, I used to fall asleep on. I used to fall asleep on the VTW show all the time. at like
Really?
5 in the morning.
What's
4 in the
VTW?
morning. The Veterans Talk Weekly. That's what got me into
Right.
actually being on a panel.
Ah, right. Okay.
The veteran. Shields has unmuted himself.
He's woken
Bugger.
up, unmuted himself because he's enjoying it so much. Dropped off again. Right. Onwards with the F stop.
Yeah, no, because of my health problems, I sometimes just randomly go out like a light. It's falling asleep, but it's more like I've been punched over the top of the head with a 4x2. I literally go out like that.
As I say, that's health related and obviously, breathing related and so forth. That's
Yeah,
that's
Shields,
completely
sorry, mate, I'm going to
understandable.
have to mute you again.
Oh dear me.
It's classic.
It's brilliant. Right.
Right, so the pipe. It's a bit more complex than a water pipe, but
Just a bit.
because it's got because it has some it has more than one function.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why making sensible choices for F ratio is important. But we'll first off start with the number series, because you will notice that if you go to the
Which one am I on now?
if you
Back to
sorry,
AV.
we're back to AV. So I have to stop the share in order to
just show it. Okay.
to show it on the camera. Okay, you might notice that as we move through the through the system, the numbers we get are in an interesting ratio. So
okay, I can't understand the ratio.
I'm gonna start on this one at the point on the standard scale. Okay.
Standard
Because
scale. Okay.
we have a standard scale that starts with an F ratio of 1.
Okay, 1. Well, yours is on 5.6.
Yeah, I know. That's because this lens won't open up to 1.
Right.
Because there's not very many lenses that will open up to 1.
I should have.
There's about 4 that I can think of ever made that will open up to 1.
Ever made.
Yes.
The nearest I got was f1.1 to 1, 1 to 2. That's a Manolo.
F1 to 1.2. Yes.
2.
That is actually really big. Leica make an f.95 Noctilux.
More than 1.
It's smaller than 1, yeah. Less than 1. Yeah.
Right.
They go 1/3 of a stop below 1, as did Canon at one time. Canon in the 1950s made one that was less than 1. Okay. Canon used to make an f1 lens in that will fit the current Canon DSLRs, but they stopped that quite a number of years ago, and they also only have an f1.2 lens now.
So what's this f going to be? Is it the distance between the biddy at the front and the...
It's the ratio between the diameter of the opening
diameter of the opening, yeah,
to the focal length of the lens.
Diameter of the opening to the focal length of the lens. Okay.
So if you have a lens with and this is why you have to be careful, because so many point and shoot digital cameras have lens focal lengths that are relayed to you in terms of the field of view of what you would get using a 35mm lens with that focal length, but that isn't the actual focal length of the lens, and aperture works with the actual focal length of the lens. So if a lens has a focal length of 50mm and the diameter of the opening of the lens when viewed from the film plane is 50mm, it will have a focal ratio of 1.
I'm still not getting this because I can't imagine it in my head. So what are we talking about? Is this the bit of glass, the lens that's on the front? Is that the width of that one?
It's the diameter. It's the diameter of the. You know when I took the big lens off.
Yeah.
And I showed you it from behind.
Yep.
And you could see that it had, and you can see that it's got a big hole.
It has massive hole. Yep.
Right. It's the diameter of the hole that you effectively see looking in through from this end.
From this end, that's what I was saying, not from the front, because the front one's got a whacking great big one. But not from
when
that
you look
end.
at it, when you look at it through from this end, it gets a little bit complicated because what we are talking about is normally applied to what you would call a simple lens. So a lens with one single element.
Right, rather than a compound lens, yeah.
Rather than compound lenses. And of course, we've got the problem here of what I'm holding in my hand is a zoom lens.
So it can change as well.
So the focal length changes. And zoom lenses can either keep the f ratio constant as you zoom, or they
come
can
off again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Chill's back.
Shields notices he's muted, unmutes, and then goes
Drops
back
off. Sleep.
So I will just
Politely mute him again.
quietly mute him again. Yeah.
Well, why don't you draw it on a piece of paper, Alan? Just suggestion. I can see your desk. If you have got a bit of paper, if you could just draw it, it might just make it easier for me to understand the ratio. Because I don't know if others are, but I'm very keen to understand it because I've never understood it. I've never had an explanation that I can actually kind of understand.
Fine. I should have thought of this and should have had paper ready. I apologise for that.
No, it's not your fault. You're doing a really sterling job, sir.
Can I get some out of my? Can I get some out of my print? Oh bugger! Printers. Just one moment.
All right.
Hurrah! I have a notepad with all my.
Because Bob does this, the science guy, and actually I quite like the old style classic. Oh, look at
Jules,
that.
are you there, mate? Jules, can you hear me? Hello? Jules? You there? Ah, he's muted himself.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just having a time finding a mic.
If you could do us a favour and stay on mute while you're not talking, that would be good because your breathing is a little bit on the
okay, coming. Gotcha.
Outside today. That's why I keep muting you. It's not that I've got anything against you. It's just
I get it. I totally get it. No worries.
Yeah.
Alan, you've got a waiting member, I think.
No, I don't see anybody waiting.
Unirock wants to join.
Okay. I shall. Let me. You've posted the link.
Yes.
You've dropped the link. Thank you for dropping the link. I am keeping an eye out for anybody coming in. I have at least now got the participants list on top.
Okay.
So All right. Better move away from all the radar stuff that I've got. All right. I'm hoping you will be able to see this.
You can always, hold it a bit closer as well. But yeah, you can see it actually. Yeah, as long as you yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, look at that! I've got an adjustable height tripod.
That's pretty good, Alan. That's pretty good.
Okay, so we have a simple lens
Okay.
with an aperture behind it. Okay, can we?
Where are you sharing this, Alan?
It's if you can you see the user named camera?
Username, what, in Meets or Zoom?
In Zoom, there's a username named camera.
Camera, yeah, that's you.
If you click on that,
Yep.
it will take you full screen. It will take me and pin it. It will take me to being full screen in the Zoom window, so that you will be able to see it. Or you can wait for the 30 seconds
YouTube.
plus whatever YouTube is adding for the live stream to catch up. Because
I click on it and nothing happens.
Yeah, I had a problem doing that. What I found was, now what did I do? I think, so I had to double click on it.
I double click on.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
can you
double
see?
click on it.
All right.
Nope.
So on mine, I can see Alan, Madby, John, Terry, and then camera is 5th on mine. Have you got it on the little blue thing that's got a window through it? So you know along the top, there's a minus sign, which is hiding the thumbnails. There's a square that shows show small active speaker. And then there's one which is show thumbnail video.
No.
No. All right.
No,
Have you got the
not.
app? That's the question. So are you using the app?
I'm using the browser.
Ah, okay.
I'm using this in the browser.
Yeah, I think I couldn't do it yesterday on the browser. I had to go and download the app. But it might be working on the browser on others, but I had that problem yesterday, I think. So what's your browser look like? Have you got the icons of all the people down the right-hand side?
Yep.
And when you click on camera, what does it tell you?
Well, it's showing it's open, but nothing. Don't. If I right click on it, nothing. If I left click, it's just like a browser.
Right, so it doesn't say chat or unpin video.
No.
Yeah, I think you may need to get the download the thing. You know, when you log in, there's 2 options. So if you look at the join page, it says download app and install.
Yeah, I've tried that, and that don't work on my computer.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, I got to come through the browser.
If you give it a moment, you will see my drawings coming up on
YouTube.
The YouTube watch page.
Yeah, it's not a problem because I understand. Yeah, I'm sort of.
You'll just be a little bit behind me, the audio that you're getting from Zoom.
Yeah.
For
yeah, it's not a problem, Alan. As you know, I'm above, not big-headed, but yeah, I know.
No, I know you
idiot Toadie's grade. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. Don't worry.
I
feel offended for the rest of my life and never talk to you again. Don't worry.
It's actually quite nice knowing that there are other people here that know a bit, because
you've got a panel of experts, Alan. You've got what's he called, Mad. You've got John.
I've got people around who might have some knowledge that if I start digging myself a big hole to make myself look a complete idiot, they might hopefully stop me before I get that far.
No, I'll just be laughing on the sidelines and wait for someone else to do it.
Yeah. Let the train wreck roll.
Why is my mobile phone so bad at focusing on stuff?
There we go.
There we go. Right. So F
You got
ratio.
very young looking hands, Alan.
Sorry.
You got very young looking.
That's what I
hands.
was thinking. I was thinking that Alan has been winding us up about how old he is, because I was also looking at his hands and think they look younger than my hands, right?
Yeah.
I was
That's
thinking I need
because-
a manicure.
That's because I'm an electronics engineer and not a bloody mechanical engineer. So I
That's
haven't
because
bashed
you
my
joined the
hand
RAF.
up for the last 45 years.
Yeah, it's because you joined the RAF, not the army.
He's about
Correct.
25, really, isn't he? Yeah. All this talk of grandchildren and children, it's all just, it's, you know, it's part of the NASA paid illness. Oh, hello, Alan.
There you go.
Damn,
I'll
damn.
risk breaking the camera.
Bang goes my theory now. We love you, Alan.
Wah, 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 wah.
Exactly. That theory died. Damn, I was hoping I could get a meme going on that one.
So we call it F ratio, where the F stands for focal length. And F1 basically means that this opening here equals the focal length of the lens.
That aperture equals the focal length of the lens.
So
what you just said?
Let's just assume we're talking about a lens with a focal length that equals 50 millimeters.
Okay.
Because that used to be a very common focal length for 35 millimeter format cameras.
Okay. Yeah. So 5 centimeters focal length.
5 centimeters, 2 inches. In fact, when the person who invented the 35 millimeter format, a German guy called Oscar Barnack, working for Leica in the 20s, when he built the very first 35 millimeter film camera, he didn't use a 50 millimeter lens. He used a 2-inch lens.
2-inch, right?
Because although he worked for one of the big German glass manufacturers, and optical manufacturers, he actually fitted a British Taylor Hobson lens.
Ah.
So the focal length was actually 2 inches. It wasn't 50 millimeters.
So what I don't get, I know that we're going down the historic path here a little bit, but I just do want to understand it because it probably comes back around again like most things do. So really what you're saying is if that is a common distance, then a lot of the sort of lenses practically will be, 2, 3, 4 inches because they're inside that container.
There's an awful lot of 50 millimeter lens. There's an awful lot of lenses that include the 50 millimeter focal length out there.
Exactly right.
Because they have a particular sorry, it has a particular relationship to the size of the film.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. So my old camera downstairs is massive. It's got a 76mm plate or something that went in the back of it, right? Huge thing.
Yeah, huge thing.
Like a mahogany job. So how do they manage to get it so that you could get a little 35mm strip go in to be able to? How do they move from the really big plates to the
simple film with film that was able to use smaller smaller silver halide crystals.
Yeah. Okay. Better chemistry.
Yeah. Better chemistry.
Yep.
And better lens resolution. As you can increase the lens resolution, you can decrease the size of the area that's recording the information and get the same amount of information in.
But do they not already have for microscopes really good lenses?
Yeah, but they're really, really tiny lenses.
Right. Oh, okay. These are different.
When you
Alright.
when you look at a microscope,
Mm.
you'll notice they tend to have really tiny little lenses on the bottom
They do.
end.
I agree.
The objective lenses are really tiny,
Mm.
and to get this lens to have, as I was saying, a focal length in a bit. To get this lens here, this lens on this camera here, this has a maximum focal ratio of f2.8, which for a zoom lens is quite good.
Mm.
Very good.
You'll notice it has a big bit of glass,
Mm-hmm.
and
So the next thing I'm thinking very quickly is this: if I was a spy, and back in the 60s they made these mini cameras, right, to like photograph secret documents.
if I quickly show you this lens,
yeah,
right, this lens has a 95 millimeter front element.
95 millimeters. It's all these millimeters. I keep having to convert it. 9 centimeters.
Yeah, 9.5 centimeters, almost 4 inches.
It's quite big.
Yeah, it's quite a large lens. When I take the lens cap off, the front. When I zoom it all the way out, it's a big old lens. Can't really get it in the full, but it's 95 millimeters at the front end, and its focal ratio is only 6.3. And the focal ratio of my the lens element on my 2.8 lens is about 70 millimeters. So that is the bigger the bigger the lens, the longer the focal length, the bigger the hole has to be for the same f ratio.
Right, so the f ratio is the focal length divided by something, multiplied by something.
It's the diameter of the opening.
Yeah.
It's the focal length divided by the diameter of the opening.
Okay,
So
there you've
in
got
the ratio, it's so if that opening there is 50 millimeters.
Yep. That would be an f1.
That f1 ratio works for 50 millimeters.
But would that be f1? That
would be f1.
Right, if it was a 50 millimeter focal length, the lens, and the diameter of the hole was 50 millimeters.
Yeah.
Not 50 millimeters away from the lens, but the
not
hole.
50 millimeters away from the lens, but the hole is 50. Usually that would be basically the whole diameter of the glass.
Yeah, exactly. So why don't you just do that? Why don't you just make it as big as possible? Always just make it the whole diameter of the glass. Job done.
Well, because there's also another function of a photograph called depth of field or depth of focus.
Yeah.
And that is the distance in front of and behind the image, behind the focal plane, that still appears to be in focus.
Right, depth of field. Right, old cameras had much better depth of field for some reason that I don't quite understand, but I'm told they did.
The bigger the basically depth of field is a really complex subject that even really experienced photographers can completely bollocks up. It is to photography what Coriolis
effects is to
us.
Right, bloody complicated thing. So we'll ignore that. But basically, there are reasons why they don't do this. Just make it as broad.
Yeah, it's.
So can I ask another question then?
There are actually only two things that fully that actually affect the perceived, because it's always perceived.
Yeah.
So one of the inputs into the calculations is the visual acuity of the person looking at the image.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to know how small a detail the person looking at the image can actually resolve as part of the depth of field process.
Mm-hmm.
But given a standard person viewing an image, the two things that actually define what the depth of field will be are the reproduction ratio of the image as you are looking at it, i.e. how big is it compared to reality, and the physical diameter of the aperture. And they are both inversely proportional.
Just trying to look for something here that I can't find. So basically, with my old camera,
you will find this very hard to.
Okay. So I got with my old camera a set of little black metal things with different sized holes in them, which are clearly those back plate apertures.
They're plate apertures. They're plate apertures because it predates having a diaphragm in it.
A diaphragm. Ah, right. So it's like you put your own diaphragm in.
Yeah, basically, you're replacing them with fixed.
Right, and these days, that diaphragm whizzes like the doors on the Starship Enterprise. Yeah, that's the diaphragm that we.
Yeah, they open up and close down just like any other.
Okay.
Just like your eye. I'm trying to think of.
Yeah, like the iris in your eye. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say iris.
I was trying to think of the correct name for what we have lots of on the human body.
Hairs?
Hair?
No, because you have one at either end of your duodenal duct.
Sphincter?
Sphincters, that's it. Sphincters. That was the word I was looking for. Sphincters. They work
Yay, me.
So exactly, you will have you've got different size stop, and that's why they call them stops, because they could literally put them in there to stop the light going in and out.
Gotcha.
And stops have a particular set of values. Okay. So one stop, a change of one stop, changes the amount of light that will pass through the lens by 50%, by half, or double, depending on which way you're going.
Stop will change the amount of light by half,
or by twice, depending on if you're going smaller or larger.
Yeah,
that's full stops. Tell them, Alan. Though that's full stops.
That's full stops. Yeah, that's full stops. So that's which is why I said a one-stop change will double or halve the amount of light passing through the lens.
Right.
Okay.
What does it help me do then by putting the stop in?
Well,
reducing light, right?
It reduces the amount of light that passes through, but as I just said, the depth of field is inversely proportional to the reproduction ratio of the image. That's the absolute. So, reproduction ratio is if something is 50 meters tall in real life and it's reproduced in the final image, be that on screen or in a print, as an object that is 50 millimeters tall, the reproduction ratio is 1 to 1,000.
Right. And that's
Yeah.
got something to do with reducing the light by putting these stops in.
That's one of the things. So basically, the more magnified, the closer the more magnified the image is, yeah, the smaller the depth of field will be because it's inversely proportional.
Yep.
Yeah. So the more you magnify it, the smaller the depth of field gets.
The smaller the depth of field gets. Okay.
Right.
Which is why it gets
And-
much harder to focus on something as I'm zooming in. Yeah.
And
Yeah. And gets worse.
the depth of field is also inversely proportional to the diameter of the opening. So as you make the hole smaller, you make the depth of field bigger.
Oh, better. Okay. But you're balancing the fact that you're cutting more
So-
light out.
So as you make the magnification bigger, you make the depth of field smaller, and as you make the hole smaller, you make the depth of field bigger.
Right. Got it.
Because
Okay.
the angle
Now, mostly you will not be taught that relationship because most people don't actually realise that is all that there is to depth of field. Those two things being inversely proportional. But we tend, because the problem is we tend not to actually work from those two things. They're not. You'll have noticed that the controls on the camera don't allow us to set the F ratio based on physical sizes, and there's actually a very good reason for that I'm about to come to. So, but first of all, the numerical progression for aperture. So F1 is usually the base aperture that we work from for full stops of changing.
Yep.
Now, the next stop is going to have to let in half the amount of light, which means we need to have half the area.
Why do we need to have half the area?
Because remember that the amount of light that comes in is dependent on the area of the opening. Because because this is actually a three-dimensional system, not a two-dimensional system. So you've got the diameter of the lens rotated through 360 degrees gives you the amount of light that comes in. So to reduce the amount of light by half, we need to halve the area of the opening. Okay. So to halve the area, we need to reduce the diameter by, I thought you might want to guess, but I can tell you if you like.
Yeah.
√2.
Right.
Because obviously if we want to half the area, we reduce the diameter by the square root of 2. Because we're dealing with area rather than just diameter, you square it.
Okay.
Because the area of the circle is
Pi r squared.
pi r squared.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you reduce the diameter of the hole by √2, you will reduce the area by half.
Okay, so that makes sense. So
That
I'm still not
makes
seeing
sense.
practically what that's doing though.
So our next F number in the
Mm.
series is actually F to 1.4. Okay,
Because of this weird relationship.
because we have this squared relationship for the aperture. So 50.
So F1 is letting more light in than F1.4. Is that correct?
F1 lets in
F1,
more. F1 lets in twice as much light as F1.4.
Okay.
So in this case, it will be. So it will become a diameter of 35.35 millimeters.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now the next number is easy because the next number we need to reduce by half again, don't we?
Mm.
So root 2 divided by root 2 is.
Don't know. What is it?
2.
2.8. Oh, 2, yeah. Sorry. Forgot the 2. I'm jumping.
Yeah, you're jumping.
Root 2 divided by root 2 is 1.
Sorry, root 2 times root 2.
Okay.
So that becomes F. Our next stop becomes F2, and the diameter will be.
That's letting in a quarter of the light of F1, is it?
And that's letting in a quarter of the light of F1.
Okay. So by the time we get to the ones I'm using, like F5, the light's just gone.
It's
F5.4.
getting down. It's getting down there again. The eye is our reaction to light in the human eye is logarithmic. Or it's logarithmic, but it's very close to base 2 logarithmic. So every time you halve, and again, a bit like sound, you can. These first steps are the steps are really big, but actually you don't see that much change in the actual light levels as you do this. You can halve the amount of light and it doesn't look that much darker. You actually have to come down quite a number of stops before you might actually, because also of course it doesn't help that our eyes are constantly adapting to changes in light. It's really hard for we pretty much need to be using cameras and the like to measure this stuff, because our eyes are really rubbish for measuring the intensity of light coming into us, because they constantly adjust to change for it. But now we've done these first 3, life becomes much easier.
Right, that's always good.
Because
Glad to hear it.
because the next ratio that is half is just doubling the 1.4.
Right.
So it's 2.8.
Okay. Why is it doubling the 1.4? Isn't it half again of?
Well, it's the root 2 thing. It's 2 times root 2. Oh, I've got a fucking mosquito in here buzzing next to my ear. So you've got root 2 times 1
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got root 2 times root. You've got root 2 squared.
So where do you start from? Sorry,
Start
root.
from 1.
Yeah.
Start from 1.
So we start from 1, which I'm with. That's fine.
Yeah. Multiply it by root 2.
Okay. Just out of interest, why do they come up with such a complicated system?
Because because the way film works and the way we simulate, and because that's how photographers all already worked. That's also how digital sensors have been built to work.
So actually, if we invented digital and didn't have film, they could have come up with a much easier way of doing it, like a percentage or something. They didn't need to have come up with.
Well, they could have probably come up with a percentage for film as well, and in fact, other people have.
Have they?
But it never got popular.
No, I suppose because it already was extant. All the other
this work, and in a minute, I'm going to explain why this is such a useful way of doing it.
Okay, that's why I'm going to be interesting, because I've been using cameras for years, right? And this F thing has always eluded me, which is obviously a shame.
Yeah. See the first thing I have
use cameras less well than I do, right? You know, I've had a reasonable use of them, and not a good use, but you know what I mean. You know, with film and video and all sorts, I have been using them for many, many years, like many people, and I certainly don't understand it.
The thing you have to remember is that at the moment I am just talking about what happens for changing the amount of light coming in at one focal length.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what you get. So you start at 1. To halve the amount of light coming in, you multiply it by root 2. To halve the amount of light coming in again, you multiply it by root 2. And every time you want to halve the amount of light coming in, you multiply it by root 2. Now, what you will notice is that once we have these two values, you alternatively double the value, because obviously you've now multiplied by root 2 squared. So you go 1.4, and then so you have 1.4, multiply that by 1.4 to 2, but then the next one will be 2.8.
2.8, right. Oh yeah,
So,
right. Okay. You're doubling it. Okay.
2.8. And there is also some rounding will happen a bit later. Okay. So we have 2.8, and the next one's going to be 4. And the next one will be
5.6.
5.6.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the next one will be
10.
8.
8. And the next one will be
11.2.
11.
We round it
Just
to 11.
F11. Yeah.
Next one will be
F16.
16.
Yeah. 16. The next one will be
32.
22.
22. Yeah.
I missed one again.
The next one will be
32.
Yep.
You got very
And
nice handwriting.
considering the angle I'm writing it at, I feel like I'm butchering it, but there we go. And then the next one will be
44 and a half. 44.
44.
Yeah.
And then 64. And then 64.
Yep.
And 88.
I've
And
never had a lens
128.
that high. Yeah. Never had a lens higher than 32.
Remember, well, this is where I hate my memory, because it's so. I'm trying to think of the photographer that invented the zone system, the American guy. Took a lot of photographs out in the desert with big format cameras.
Ansel Adams.
Ansel Adams. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was actually part of the F-64 group.
Oh,
Because
right.
F-64 is actually quite a common. You know how in 35mm film, I'm aiming this kind of at those people who have experience and know this. So mostly mad. There's the saying F8 and B there.
F8 what?
F8 and B there for a lot of photography.
Yeah.
You'll use
Yeah.
F8 because it's a good middling aperture value. Well,
Yep.
for the guys using the 10x8 cameras, that's
Use
more
B.
like F64 and B there.
Yeah.
What's a 10x8 camera?
Yeah, a
That's
10x8
large
camera.
Well,
Large
what is a
format.
10x8?
A bit like that thing you've got downstairs, Toady.
Right, flipping massive, yeah.
Flipping massive, yeah. Basically, it takes
Huge
glass
lens,
or
yeah.
it takes plates or film that's 10 inches by 8 inches, or maybe
Right.
4. Or
10x8 literally is pretty much the thing I've got. Yeah.
yeah,
That's your negative.
that's your negative is 10 inches
Yep.
by 8 inches,
Yeah.
and then you can put that in an enlarger to print it.
Yeah.
That's why you don't need so much resolution.
Must have been amazing photos that they did in those days with those. Huge detail, right?
Yep.
I suppose they
But
had
you
to because the
can-
grain wasn't as good, was it? So it didn't need to be
Well,
as small, did it? Because of course
try
you got a
putting-
massive plate.
Try putting modern film in it, because that's the great thing about film is you can put modern film in old cameras.
Modern film and old
You can-
cameras, all right, even better. Yeah.
You can actually take your old camera, put a modern film holder in it to hold modern film.
Mm.
You could even go out and get yourself a modern, say, 300mm lens for a 10x8 camera. If you've got the money, because that's actually the expensive bit.
Yeah.
What I was about to say is, why couldn't they get those old 10x8 cameras and stick a CCD in it?
Because do you want to try making a 10-inch by 8-inch CCD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, it's got to be made from one. Well, actually, I'd rather they made it as a CMOS, but remember, it's going to be one single chip,
A 10x8 chip.
a 10-inch by 8-inch single chip.
That's huge.
And how many errors do you think are allowed in that chip?
None.
So actually, rather than using a CMOS and it being digital, it's easier to use, an emulsion film and then scan it.
Yes, or even better, print it directly onto the paper because it gives you
Hang on,
gorgeous
actually, for
prints.
long exposures, Alan, you're wrong. Because think about a scanner. They've got a big plate. They're about 10x8. When it scans across on a scanner, a
Yeah,
scanner.
but you know that funny jaggedness bit you get from using cheap video cameras in front of aeroplane propellers.
Shutter roll.
Do you mean
Shutter
wiring?
roll? Yeah, you know that
Don't
horrible
mean
shutter
wiring.
roll you get. You would get incredibly horrible shutter roll in your still images if you did it that way. Because
I don't know. I'm thinking inventively whether I can use these old cameras. That's all.
Yeah, the inventive way is to put film in them and shoot them with film.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, all right.
Because-
So these old 10x8s, big cameras, big plates.
Big-
Yeah.
big
Load
cameras,
of
big
light going
plates.
in.
They
Yeah.
will actually have, by their nature, they actually end up having quite F numbers that are quite large numerically. Because remember also that
I suppose physically they're big, aren't they? So of course they've got those big
Because-
numbers.
But also remember that we are looking here. We are looking at the big hole is the small number.
Yeah.
The number that lets in lots of light is small. The number that stops the light coming in is big, because this is the denominator of a fraction. Yeah.
Just looking at the lens I've got up there on the shelf, right? I think that lens is about 60 millimeters, 600 millimeters. I mean, don't I? 60 centimeters. It's big and it's bloody heavy. It would kill the cat. Might kill me if it fell on me.
The focal length is probably going to be somewhere between 300 and 600 millimeters.
So the focal length is going to be 300.
30
centimeters, you reckon?
The focal length for the lens to give you the same field of view on your 10x8 as you would get on a 35 millimeter film using a 50 millimeter lens.
Yeah.
Is 300 millimeters, 30 centimeters.
Since you've got a larger area.
So what was the advantage of using those massive, like that massive lens I've got on the shelf? Yeah, what was
quality? You've got a larger image without magnifying it to start with. So you can magnify that 10x8.
Because you don't have to enlarge to get a 10x8 print off of it. You can contact print it. You don't have to enlarge it. So you don't need this. So you don't need lenses with super high resolution to get decent quality images.
Right. Physically, you're carrying a bloody great big thing around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but physically, you're carrying a bloody great big thing around. But you don't need. That's what I'm saying. That's why microscope lenses are so tiny. They might be super high resolution, but they're also super tiny.
Tiny, yeah. The accuracy is much easier to do on a small lens than it is on a big lens as well.
That's why you can get phone camera.
Right, and they're so good because they've got tiny lenses, haven't they?
That they can kind of get away with it because they've actually got really tiny little lenses, so you can actually get you can get much higher resolution out of them. So that you can, but you've got a tiny little sensor and it has other big drawbacks.
When you come to enlarging things, you then
zooming in and it flattens things, and obviously
and
physically it's not got any. I mean, that's the whole point of the iPhone. Physically, here you're talking about the focal length, right? Those lenses, like my spy camera thing I was talking about, because they want to be so flat and go in your pocket, they can't have any depth to them, can they? So what I mean is that's why they've got a bump on them. In fact, that's why my iPhone, I bet you that's why, to improve the camera, they put the bump on it and everyone goes, oh, it's got a bump on the back with the lenses. Yeah. That's why they did it. They wanted that extra 1 mil, didn't they? Yeah.
Because you physically need the extra 1 mil.
You physically need the 1 mil, don't you? Yeah.
The problem is that your
1 mil makes all the difference, doesn't it? I bet you. Yeah.
Well, depending on the exact size of the sensor, you're probably using a focal length of 2 or 3 millimeters. So or maybe even 4 or 5. Maybe up. You're probably using a focal length of up to 5 millimeters. Okay.
Right,
now
I'm going to measure it.
It will tell you. You should be. It's possible.
My calipers here.
You can't actually measure the focal length of the lens with calipers.
Well, I can measure the thickness of but I can measure the thickness of the phone, can't I?
But remember that they can also do other clever stuff like put the sensor. Although they can effectively use a prism to reflect the light and change
along things. It can't be more than 4 though, because I've just measured the thickness. Yeah.
If you've got you basically you can have a longer focal length lens in a narrow thing if you can turn the light path so that the light path then goes in a different direction.
I see what you mean. It's a prism, it bounces it along sideways, and you could get it longer that way.
Yeah. Basically, turn it through 90 degrees, and put the sensor at 90 degrees. So
I'm surprised
rather
they've
than
not
having the
built that
sensor,
into a phone, actually, you could have a tiny little thing to zoom in and out as well, couldn't you?
it's all
They
these
use
things have drawbacks.
Exactly,
though.
mechanical drawbacks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Things shook around, it could break. Then your camera's broken. They want to keep it as simple as possible, don't they? I guess in these phones.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point why they bumped it, right? They wanted that little extra mil, made all the difference for them. I bet you, when they were trying to improve the cameras, I bet there was a whole design department spent a year debating that, whether it was a drawback, you know what I mean, against the aesthetic of the thing, against the having a better camera. And I bet they did focus groups of people who said whether having a better camera was more important than the look of, you know what I mean? I bet you.
Yeah.
I bet you all that happened.
There is. They did.
Focus group.
Yeah, focus group.
Focus group. That was funny.
Group, yeah, exactly. Good pun.
That's exactly what
Actually,
you got.
I've just had a quick look at the
specs
at the chat, and so Peter G has said you can find videos on YouTube of people that build cameras from scanners. Well, yes, you can build a camera from a scanner, but of course you better make damn sure you haven't got anything in the photograph that's moving.
No, it's got to be very slow, hasn't it? It's got to be for stills, right?
Not just for stills, for images that have nothing in them that is moving. Because otherwise, if something
landscapes or something, it's fine.
If something moves, like a person walks across, they will get spread out across the sensor as they move, as the sensor moves. It's one of those. It's one of those things that you get.
Yeah, it's just like when you're doing
just
panoramic.
like rolling shot. Just like rolling shot and stuff.
They'll get spaghettified.
Yeah. Right. So now we've sorted out the f-stops. Now we come to the next bit, and this is why we have this system and why this system works so well. Suppose we want to increase the magnification of the image and double the magnification. So we want to make everything in the image twice as big on the sensor. That's actually really easy to do. We just change the focal length and we double the focal length. So in the case of this system of the lens we've got here, we double the focal length to 100 millimeters. And I'm not going to redraw the lens, but we do that. Now, because we've doubled the focal length, we've spread the image over 4 times as much area. Yeah, because obviously we've got the vertical. Yeah, we've got the doubling of the magnification in the vertical in the X direction and the doubling of the image in the Y direction. So we've had to stretch this light out over an area that is 4 times bigger. So to allow the same amount of light per unit area, we have to allow in twice as much light. Sorry, we have to allow in 4 times as much light. Yes? Because we have to double it, but we have to double it in the X and we have to double it in the Y. So we're now going to let in 4 times as much light. So if we want to let in 4 times as much light, we have to double the size of the aperture. Yes? Because if we see here, if we if we go from 25 to 50,
Hmm.
we are going to let in 4 times as much light.
Hmm.
I'm with you.
So
If we're letting in
we
4 times as much light now because we've got this bigger focal length,
we
are
double.
we getting more light because we've got a bigger focal length? I don't understand.
No.
I'm a lot lost.
Because we have doubled the focal length.
Hmm.
Yeah. Because the lens because everything is now magnified twice as much up in that direction and twice as much in the direction coming out towards us. Yeah. The light is being spread over 4 times as much area. So
I just need to think that through, Alan. So
yeah.
the focal length of the first lens was
The law.
50 mil, right? So all the light was going to a point that was 50 mil away from the surface of the first lens. Okay.
And it produces an image over a particular area. A unit area. We'll call the size of the sensor a unit area.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So over the unit area that it's focusing onto, it produces an image over whatever that area is. Okay.
Yes.
Now because
and we get X amount of light per unit area.
Right.
Through
okay,
that
got
aperture.
that. So it's like shining through, and then it's splashing up onto its little 35 mil. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. X area.
Now it's 100 mil. So we've doubled the distance basically that the focal length is.
So
when it's splashing on the sensor, it's splashing the light a lot further.
It has to spread the light. Effectively, it's going to spread the light over 4 times as much area.
So whereas it got 1 unit of light before, it's now getting a quarter on the new one.
Of a unit. Yeah,
there's less light to go around per unit area.
Per unit area, because essentially that image would, because if you take the whole image, to get the whole image that you had before, you need 4 times as much area.
We could just use a bigger sensor. Couldn't we just use a bigger sensor?
Well, yeah, but we're still looking at light per unit area. We've got a bigger sensor, so we've got less light. We've got less light per square millimeter on it. I'm sorry, I made a mistake earlier of suggesting that we start with a sensor that was a unit area. We have an arbitrary sized sensor that gets X amount of light per unit area. We double the focal length. We have an arbitrary sized sensor. We get a quarter of the amount of light per unit area. Because the image that is provided by that lens is 4 times, it covers an area that's 4 times bigger for the same.
The law of squares.
For the same amount of it, for the same angle of view. Because when you double the focal length to 100 millimeters, you halve the field of view in both directions. If you don't change the size of the sensor.
And tripling would be a 9th, quadrupling would be 16th.
Yeah. So
it's the law of squares.
Yeah, it's a simple inverse square. It's a simple inverse square law. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a simple inverse square law.
All right. So now you've got 4 times less light
per area. So I need to let in 4 times more light.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep. So what are you going to do?
F1 to F2 is 4 times the amount of light because it's 2 stops. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going from 2 to 1.
Yeah.
And
but now you've got 100 there, and that'll be 50 there.
So
if you drew the same chart out for that new one, it would be 100, wouldn't it?
That would be 100 there. That'll be 50
Yep.
here. That'll be 80. That'll be 80 something in there, won't it? It'll be around 80 in there, and so on all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
But you notice that the
Is that
f
a random chance that's 35 mil there, by the way, Alan, or is that actually why it's 35 mil? See
No,
the second number
it's-
you've got next to you, 1.4. It says it's 35.35
yeah.
mil.
Yeah, no, that is just the way it happens to work out on a 50mm lens.
All right. Okay.
It's nothing to do with you having lenses that are 35mm focal length.
No. Okay.
So when you go to 100mm lens, you get 180, 50, etc. down the scale. So because of this, because you're going to double the diameter to get 4 times more light,
Mm-hmm.
the F ratio remains constant. So it doesn't matter what focal length the lens is.
Mm-hmm.
If the F ratio is the same, you always get the same amount of light per unit area.
Mm-hmm.
That is why we use this F ratio number rather than using any sort of physical size. You keep it. I mean, you could just renumber this and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. And and then behind the scenes, it would actually do this ratios thing. Okay.
Well, how it's written now, it actually gives you a ratio you can work out. Whereas if you just numbered it 1 to 10, that would be a bit meaningless.
Yeah. You would be able to have the same sequence 1 to 10 on different lenses, and as a user for the full stops, it wouldn't make any real difference to you.
So what ratio? How does this ratio help you? Where you've got f1 or f1.4? They're not very common, are they? But let's say f5.6 or something. How does that ratio actually help you? That number? Do you
because I have this lens zoomed to 20 millimeter focal length. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the F ratios are constant. So I know that for an F, that for an F ratio of f2.8, which is what that lens will do, I know that the light per unit area is constant at f2.8, irregardless of what the focal length is. So when I zoom it to 40 millimeters at the other end of the zoom range. Sorry, let me move that in so people can see it. So at 20 millimeters, it's f2.8. It lets in the same amount of light per unit area as f2.8 at 40 millimeters lets in. So I can have any focal length lens on my camera, and I can, at the moment, I can go from 18 millimeters all the way up to 600 millimeters. Yeah. And I know that if the F ratio number is the same, I get the same amount. I get the same amount of light per unit area. And that's important because that means that I will get the same brightness. I will get the same amount of light sent through to the sensor or the film. So my exposures will be constant. Okay. I can reliably set the amount of light that can flow through the lens by setting the F ratio, and I can change
long
it
as you got-
by known amounts just by changing that ratio. I mean, the camera usually is set up so that it will adjust at 1/3 of a stop changes. So you get let me think. Between f11 and f16, you get f12 and f14 as thirds, and but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what f ratio you use. You can pick any arbitrary f ratio, and you will always get the same amount of light per unit area reaching the sensor based on the same f ratio for any focal length lens. So I can have 18 millimeters at f2, and I could have 600 millimeters at f2 if I could if somebody built a lens that big.
Yeah.
because an 18 millimeter f2 lens requires an aperture of 9 millimeters, and a 600 millimeter lens at f2 requires an aperture of 300 millimeters.
That's a big lens.
So basically you'd have to have a lens that is a foot in diameter at the front for 600 millimeter f2
to get the same amount of light in.
So I'm still struggling to see how practically that helps you. So when I'm out there going to take a shot, I'm still discombobulated about the amount of light coming on these f-stops that just, I mean, I'm not practically yet seeing how it's going to actually help me take any pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, I vaguely understand the theory that it's letting a certain amount of light in, which is a standard that you can use in photography. So if you understand it, that's great. It's 5'6". Get that.
We work with photography with recording the amount of light. We work with a system where we are doubling and halving the amount of light to change the brightness of an image by a fixed amount. Because it's because some of this is you have to remember, some of this is standards based and some of this is physics.
Yeah,
because
he's really going to get confused when you start talking about shutter speed.
He's already confused. Trust me. He already doesn't see how practically this is going to help him one iota. I know. I understand a little bit about the idea. I mean, I understand the concept, which I'm very glad I do.
Tony,
I was confused half an hour ago.
It's actually good that we're doing f-stop first.
Oh, good.
Because f-stop is the
It's my own stupid fault. I accept that.
F-stop is the really difficult one to get your head around.
Yes,
I can see that.
A lot of people
because
don't understand.
If it me,
I mean,
it in the latest ISO standard, I'd come and just do away with it.
But part of the reason is that we need to be able to change the magnification of the image, the size the image is magnified to on the sensor, and still have the same volume of light per unit area reaching the sensor per unit time, assuming the illumination stays constant, of course, because we do have that other issue. We're assuming at the moment that we have a constant light source coming in, or illuminating whatever it is we're going to photograph. And so we are controlling the amount of light that reaches the sensor by changing the size of the pipe, and we have to change this, and we want to do that by halving or doubling the amount of light. And because the ratio is between the focal length and the diameter of the lens, essentially, we have a scale that runs in powers of root 2, square root of 2, because it's doubling, because we're actually doubling or halving the area of the opening.
A bit like 3 dB. Yeah.
If you do any audio.
Yeah, if you do audio, yeah. Or power. But another good thing about, I've always found, it's not always necessarily true, but normally 99% certain, the smaller the f-stop you got on your lens, the better quality it normally be. So if you have everyone's got a 50mm and it goes down to f1.18. If you've got one that goes down to f1.2, you've got a high-end lens because it's a lot more expensive.
The smaller it goes down to, right? Why would that be? Just out of interest, why the smaller the number?
Because the grinding of the lens and the
it has to be much better to get it to focal. Right.
The lenses are bigger in general.
Physically bigger.
Right. So generally, as a general rule, I understand that. Okay, that makes sense. Though I don't think I'll be buying too many lenses, but yeah. If I did, I would be well informed.
As a general rule, lenses that have large apertures, i.e. small f numbers, are expensive because you need to use more lens to get there. Although essentially, once you start getting up to telephoto, wide-angle lenses are a bit different because they are a more complicated.
So when I'm looking through the viewfinder and I'm changing the f thing, you say it's the amount of light it's letting in.
Yes.
And it says AV 160 f3.5, but it doesn't seem to be changing the amount of light. And I'm looking through.
No, it won't. It won't, because
you need that depth of field button.
You remember you haven't got a depth of field button to press to check, but if you remember how I told you had to take the photograph to make you see the little diaphragm shut down.
Yeah.
That's because the camera only shuts the diaphragm down as it's taking the photograph.
Right.
And then once it's finished taking the photograph, it opens the diaphragm back up to the maximum value. So while you're looking through the viewfinder, while you can see through the viewfinder, the diaphragm is always at its maximally open position.
So you can see as much. Because if you had
it shuts down. Okay, so it's not.
You wouldn't see much light. That'd be quite dark.
Okay.
Yeah.
So f3.5 seems to be the lowest that I can go on on but that should be nice, lots of lovely depth of field. Is that right?
No. The opposite. The smaller the number, shorter the depth of field.
Not much depth of field at all. Okay.
No, because the angle of the light coming into the lens is shorter.
Let me see if I can do this.
Now I'm going for loads of depth of field. Okay.
A higher
that took longer to take the photo on that much higher f number.
Yeah, because it needs more light, so it needs more time.
More time to let the light in. Got it. Okay.
Right. Let me see if I can make this work.
I'm trying to bring this back to something practical that you know,
Can,
mere
can,
humans
can you
can understand.
can you see through the viewfinder of my camera?
I can. Yep.
Oh,
I will in 30 seconds.
yeah. There we
Ah,
go.
yeah, you're seeing it late,
Right.
aren't you, Mad B?
I am now holding. I'm now holding the depth of field preview button in,
Mm.
and I'm now going to adjust the.
Ah, look at that! It's cranking it down.
Yeah, if
and
you've
that's
got an
probably
old-
now
How
got
do
to
I do that on my
f22
camera?
now. And that's
If
me
you get-
pushing the.
Mine hasn't
That's
got
the.
that.
You
feature.
haven't got the button, so you can't push
Oh.
that button in to see that happen.
Bloody bastards.
But as you
If you
do,
were to buy an old manual camera, you
Mm.
can do all that sort of stuff,
Ah.
and that will give you an idea what's happening.
So I'm just winding it between 3.5 and 22, and I can't really see the depth of field, but maybe I need to look at the computer screen to see the difference.
you won't, because the only way you can see it changing is
No. I mean,
when
sorry,
you
I'm
take
looking
the
at pictures I've
photograph.
taken. Sorry, I've taken 2 photos. Sorry, I'm not being explicit. I've taken 2 photos and I'm flicking between them.
That's because the camera automatically adjusts the shutter speed to allow more light in if you got it on automatic.
Ah, does it? Okay.
Yeah, so you can change the f-stop to wherever you want, but the camera will automatically set your shutter speed to either longer or shorter, depends
I
on
need to
what.
go and experiment tomorrow with this on a tripod and set it up and take a few photos, don't I, really?
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
that
good.
was
So
what
I've
I
got
was
the
going to
idea that this F jobby does something. That's good.
So what
I've got
the
to
F
run in a
jobby
sec.
does,
So, you know.
what the F jobby does, yeah, seeing what the time is, that I quite agree with you, and I'm going to have to stop talking soon because my throat is getting awfully dry.
It's all right.
I can carry on talking to hours if you like, Alan.
That's all right. I can. So what the aperture does. So now we know what the aperture does. It controls the amount of light that gets through, and it also controls the depth of field.
Mm-hmm.
So the smaller the aperture, the more stuff will appear to be in focus in front of and behind the plane of focus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, assuming you're focusing on that object, what you're looking at.
So whatever distance the lens is focused at. So if the lens is focused at a distance of 33 meters, if you have f1, it will very quickly look blurred either side of 33 meters. So you might have 5 millimeters in front and 5 millimeters behind. In fact, with a 35 millimeter camera with a 50 millimeter lens, if you get in a position where you have got somebody's head and shoulders filling the screen, filling the image, and you take a 50 millimeter fixed lens like the Canon 50 millimeter f1.8, you are likely to have a depth of field that is measured in single digit millimeters in front of and behind the focal plane. Okay. Whereas,
right,
yeah,
I have to go. I'm afraid I've got to go. Yep, I've got to run.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm being called. So.
Okay. Whereas if you switch it to, whereas if you go to the other extreme and go to say f22, you will have maybe several feet in front of and behind the focal plane.
Yeah, I'm just coming. Yeah, sorry, I've got to go.
But remember that as you make the hole smaller, diffraction sets in and makes everything slightly blurry.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit softer than it would be at a more optimum f number. That's why you need to worry about it. So there you go, Toady. I think he's already gone, hasn't he? Yep.
Oh, he's gone already.
He's gone already.
Okay. Yeah, he'll get there once he gets his head wrapped around it. I've always used when people that ask me what's the f-stop, blah blah blah. I've always said to them, if you want more light and shallow, like you see photographs like
shallow depth of
portrait,
field.
Depth of field like portraits. You just want their face. use a large aperture.
Yes.
If you want like long distance and things, like you're doing landscape, you want a larger number, because that'll give you
Yes.
a great depth of field.
Yes.
That's a simplified version of it.
Yeah, I know, but I have to. But I'm talking to Toady, who's asking me these deep questions, aren't I?
Oh yeah, you're explaining that perfectly, mate.
And it's sometimes it is difficult to get people to realise that they probably don't want the completely in-depth answers, even though they're trying to get them out of you.
Yeah, but you've explained. No, that's perfect, Alan. How you explained it to him, that will give him his basis, and once he gets a little bit further into it, that'll all fall into place. So he'll understand it. So, no, that's perfect, mate. That is perfect.
Because the aperture is difficult because you've got the square thing. You've got the square thing going on, haven't you? So it's
yeah. And like modern day cameras, like he's got, a lot of them don't have that depth of field button.
Yeah, I forget because all of my cameras have got depth of field preview buttons on, but I forget the bottom, because the 1100D was the
prosumer cameras.
No, that was the introduction. That was the introductory level DSLR of its day.
What was that? What, the
The
DR?
1100? Oh, the 1100D that Toadie's got was Canon's
budget end. Yeah.
But it was the lens. It was the camera for those people who had no technical knowledge and were very likely to leave one lens on it all the time and leave it set on green box, and might as well have been better off buying a bridge camera.
Yeah, point and shoot.
A pointy shoot bridge camera with whatever focal length range they kind of wanted, because it would have given them just as good results.
Exactly, yeah, without having to worry about what button should I press. I'll just leave it on program.
Just leave it on program, and
that'll do everything you want within reason. But I've never ever owned a camera without depth of field. If it didn't have depth of field, I didn't want to know. Like, nope.
Do you know one of my problems is? I want all my cameras to have a PC socket.
Yes.
And I'm sure you know what I mean when I say a PC socket, don't you?
Yeah, flash.
It's not a connection. It's not a connection to a computer. It's
PC. Connection to flash.
A number of years ago, I went into Jessop's in Norwich after they had closed the two old-fashioned stores. And reopened it in the shopping centre in the mall. And they seem to have got rid of half the good stuff.
Yeah, it's just all crap.
And and I went in there and I was looking at I shoot Canon, and I turned around, and because Canon have taken the PC socket off like the intro level cameras. So I turned around to him and I asked him how many of the Nikon cameras had a PC socket.
Well, it's got USB, sir.
Yeah, he said, of course they've all got PC sockets. I went, are you sure? Because I know Canon don't. And he went, of course Canon do. Canon, of course, everybody puts PC sockets on all of them. And I was like, no. I went, that one, and he didn't even know what the hell a PC socket was, and he was trying to sell DSLRs.
Oh, sad, isn't
it? I mean, I could have forgiven it. It's like, You used to be the before they moved there, you could go into the Jessops in Norwich, and pretty much all the staff were photographers.
The
They
one
knew their
opposite
stuff.
McDonald's. One's opposite McDonald's, yeah. That one,
Yeah, the one opposite McDonald's.
McDonald's, yeah. They used to
Yeah,
be
that's
brilliant.
it. Sorry, I forget you know this. I forget you know where I'm talking about. The one in the city opposite McDonald's. The staff in there were always really knowledgeable.
Oh yes. Have you got any out of stock film,
The
please?
one,
Yeah.
the one that the one that opened in Market Gates in Great Yarmouth for a while. The Jessops in there. The staff in there were all really good as well.
Ah, right, cool. I didn't go into that one.
Because that's where my 20 to 40 Sigma came from, the f2.8, because it's a fixed f2.8 across the zoom range. I got that in there. I got that in there second hand. It was a week old.
Ooh, brand new, basically.
Brand. Oh yeah, I mean, I knew that. I kind of knew the guy who owned it.
Ah,
He was a professional photographer. He much preferred shooting Leicas.
oh yeah, he's a Leica man.
But he had to shoot. But he had to shoot digital, and he shot Canon digital. And he would swap lenses. He'd buy and sell lenses like they were going out of bloody fashion, because he just could never find anything he liked like Leica lenses.
He should have used the L series then.
He tried LC, he tried, but he bought this.
Yeah.
Well, this was because of course he was using full frame bodies. I couldn't afford a full frame body. I had at the time I had a 300D. Didn't even have a PC socket, but I couldn't afford a digital with a PC socket at that point.
I think mine's 97. I think, or was it 95? I can't remember now.
And but that obviously that was APS-C, so you've got the crop on the sensor. So at the time, the 18 to 50 f2.8 for a crop sensor was an expensive lens. It was about £500 or £600.
Oh yeah.
Right. Well, because these were coming to the end of production, it turned out that Warehouse Express were trying to get rid of a bunch of these 20 to 40s, so they had them super discounted.
Nice.
Right. And Jessops had a price match deal that they would beat locally available prices by 10%. Or something silly. You know, they basically they wouldn't just match, they'd beat
the 10%. Nice.
The 10%. Well, this guy bought this Sigma 20 to 40, and he didn't like the colour.
Oh right, yeah, that's fair enough.
So he took it back and right.
Yeah.
And the guy, the manager in the shop, knew I was looking for something with I was looking for a fixed 2.8 zoom to use as a standard zoom on a crop camera, and 20 to 40 is sort of like 32 to 64, isn't it, on full frame equivalent on a Canon?
Yeah.
Well, I used to shoot 35-70 anyways as a zoom, as a standard zoom.
Yeah.
So I didn't mind it being a bit shorter than the standard 18 to 55. That wasn't an issue because it was f2.8. So I bought that back in 2005 as my standard lens, but because they were because of the discount that Warehouse Express had on the lens new, and the Jessup's price match, I used that to beat the guy in Jessup's down on the second-hand price. Because I went, well, you know, it's that at Warehouse Express, which means you're going to sell it for that. So why am I going to pay the same for a second-hand lens?
Exactly. Yeah.
So I got it for 200 quid.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, because I beat him up on it a bit, you know, because sort of thing you got to do, isn't it? And I think he didn't mind too much because it was the sort of lens that he could have ended up having set on the shelf for a while in the second-hand section. So, you know, it got what could have potentially have been a difficult lens to shift quickly.
But also, you gotta consider the fact that anybody that's willing to spend that much on a lens is probably going to spend more money later on, and it's good to make a customer, not a sale.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I had actually bought my 300D. I bought the digital camera from him as a kit.
Excuse me.
That they had on special. I bought some. Yeah, I was already a customer anyway.
Ah, that's cool. I'll have to dig it out. I've got a 300mm 35mm lens, and I've got a 300mm 6x6 lens.
Yeah.
And the physical size between the two would give Toady an idea.
Yeah, because they have to. Because actually, the difference between APS-C sensors, i.e., my current cameras and Toadie's camera,
I ain't got one of those.
35mm is almost exactly the same ratio. Exactly the same ratio difference as between 35mm and 120 film.
Yeah.
It's about a 1.6. It's about a factor of 1.6.
Yeah. Yeah, this is for 6x6, this lens.
Yeah. So but I mean when you take an 18 to 55 like that one that just covers the sensor for an APS-C camera, and then when you take a lens with a very similar focal range, 20 to 40, it doesn't go as wide, it doesn't go as long, but it does f2.8 instead of f3.5 to 5.6.
Yeah, varies for the focal lengths. Yeah, yours is a fixed 2.8.
Covers the full 35mm frame.
Yeah,
which is why the back end of it is so big. Because look, you've got that tiny little opening at the back end of the 1855. It's a bit hard to see because of the black plastic mount. And then you've got the size of the opening to cover the 35mm frame.
Yeah.
You've got that same proportional difference between 35mm and 6x6.
Yeah.
Almost exactly.
Yeah. I've got I'm looking at an f200, a 200mm f4 looking down the barrel, and a 300mm f4, but that's for a 6x6, and the size difference is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
but I've got an adapter on it which brings it down to 35mm, so I can fit it on my Canon, and you can't use it handheld. handheld. You've got to have it on a tripod, and the tripod mount is actually on the lens, not the
Yeah.
for the camera.
Well,
It's
you saw
every-
the.
Sorry, you're saying, Alan?
I was going to say you saw the. You saw my 150 600mm zoom, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ooh, let's take that. The lens hood's like a flipping bucket.
Yeah. This one, it's almost like a frisbee for this 300 Pentagon. That's a Pentagon 4.
Yeah, but well, it will be because it's actually the 300 is going to be about the same field of view as the 200 on the 35mm.
Yeah. But this, a shame I ain't got it now. I just recently sold it, my f1.12. That lens, that's a 58mm. But the size of the glass on it is just phenomenal.
Again, you notice that the opening at the
aperture.
It probably helps. It probably helps seeing through it.
Yeah.
If I take the front off.
Yeah, it would help. Yes. That's a bucket.
But you notice that the size of the opening at the rear end, at the mount end.
Yeah.
For this, which is also a 35mm sensor sized projection, is the same.
Yeah.
So exactly. that's always the difference between the 35mm lenses and the ones that cover the little sensors.
Yeah, I haven't got. Fortunately, I've got
metal slugs. Yeah, it's a Pentacon. The Pentacon.
Pentacons. Yeah, that's when they made lenses out of metal
In East Germany.
Glass, glass is still glass, but if I threw it at you and you're in a tank, it'd destroy your tank. That's how heavy they are.
Yeah.
Whereas if you threw a modern lens at you, that'd just smash into pieces. Yeah. Yes.
Although I tell you what, when you're at the Duxford Air Show, and you've got some bloody woman who's decided she's going to shove herself right next to where you're in your wheelchair, and you're going to drag yourself up and hang yourself off the crash gate, so that you can take your photographs. And this woman has decided that she's going to come and stand shoulder to shoulder with you, even though you've got your wheelchair and everything there, and it's like, give us a bit of room. Well, this lens is really, really handy when it's on. Well, I have a. Let me just grab what I have it hooked, what I have it hanging on when it's mounted to, when I'm using it for air shows.
Swinging a cannon barrel around.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the Canon brand.
I have. Picked up some cobwebs. I can't get it in because there's too much stuff in the way.
Right.
I have this thing with handles and stuff on it, and a shoulder stock. And a shoulder stock. It's got a shoulder stock, so I hold it in my shoulder and track aircraft with it. Because trying to track aircraft as they fly past you, when they come from directly to your right and go off directly to your left, tracking them is virtually impossible on a tripod.
Yeah.
Because you've literally going to have to run 180 degrees around the bloody tripod.
Yep.
To go from one direction to the other direction.
Yeah.
So I much prefer the shoulder stock because I can swing it like a shotgun then. Well, you can imagine this thing with the bucket on the front.
Right.
Right. If they get really, really close to you, just swing it. They get a bit pissed off with you when you whack them in the head for the third time.
Yeah.
At which point you say, well, if you hadn't have come and stood so bloody close, you wouldn't be getting whacked in the head with it, would you?
And if I swung around with my 300 Pentagon 4, I
You'd
wouldn't
knock 'em
knock them out. I'd knock the whole row of people next to me out. Like bowling balls. Sorry, guys. But I do I like the lens because how much light it lets in, but
Yeah.
I just like it because the quality of it. You just can't buy that sort of quality at a reasonable price nowadays. It's just silly. I can't remember. I didn't pay a lot for this.
Hello again, guys.
Hello,
Hello,
again.
John.
Got a new motor.
How did he sneak back in here
How,
without me having to approve it?
I've just had it on all the time.
Right. Okay.
He's clever
I
that
just-
way.
I didn't.
I hadn't noticed him
I
drop.
didn't leave.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that you hadn't left. I just saw the text bit that said, "I'll be back in a while."
He's clever
I
like
just
that.
left it on. International man of mystery. But yeah. How did it? I was listening I was sort of pretending to watch Strictly Come Dancing, but actually listening on my headphones in one ear. Did it go all right? Did Toady manage to?
Toady
But,
managed to
a
keep
better
asking me really, really awkward questions.
And got
That
more
meant-
confused.
That meant instead of being able to give the this will explain why the numbers are what the numbers are now. Get on with it and don't worry too much about the details of why it is. We had to get really into the weeds of why. But then why should I expect anything different talking to this community?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose. He's
I
I think
shouldn't
he
expect
seems to be the kind
anything
of guy that
less,
really
should I?
wants to know.
Yeah, and I think somebody passed the comment of, "Am I listening to Rumpus?" And I hope the answer to that is no, because I don't actually enjoy always listening to the sound of my own voice. I'm quite happy for other people to talk.
And you're not telling people to F and shut up.
Well, mostly.
You utter moron.
Yeah, there are some people who can trigger me into that state.
I had noticed, Alan.
Rumpus being one of them.
No, really?
Yeah.
I was.
No, it was quite interesting. What I heard, because I do understand the the basics of all the different modes and what they do and stuff. But to be honest, I don't really. The only setting of the camera that I ever use is manual for astrophotography, and it's just ISO, shutter speed, and white balance. Really, that's about it.
Yeah, because on a
Um,
telescope you can't adjust the aperture, can you?
No.
You just get whatever. I've just realised why I was having such a job showing pictures of the bits of lenses and stuff that are black. I had that almost white page open on my desk, didn't I? For the camera to look at. Instead of folding it shut and leaving the black there.
Yeah.
I did think for a bit of devilment to join in and throw a spanner in the works and start talking about how F ratios are completely the other way around in a telescope and confuse Tony, but I thought no, that wouldn't be kind.
Yeah, I know. You worry about the physical size and the F ratio, whereas we worry about the focal length and the F ratio.
Yeah.
Well, it's but because it's the other way around. If you increase the focal length, you're well, it's
half in the
how
light
much they
as
get.
well. Yeah.
Yeah,
Quality light.
it's if you go to like f30 or something, that's like the sort of maximum sort of zoom of the telescope, rather than the aperture changing or what have you. But yeah, it's I do landscape Milky Way stuff as well, but I'm still
Nice.
I'm still really doing I'm still it's just manual, and you've got to be sort of fully in control of exactly what the camera's doing, because it wants to take a nice picture for you, but it's not being very helpful. If you let it.
That's the thing with astrophotography, though, isn't it? It's one of those situations where you are at the extremes of photography.
Just a bit.
A bit like my aviation stuff as well. A lot of that is pushing the extremes of what a sensor can deal with in relation to getting good exposure on the bottom of the aeroplane, the top of the aeroplane, and the sky.
Yeah.
You know, because there's an awful lot of difference in brightness levels. Often more than often more than the camera sensor can actually record. And I mean, it was a problem when shooting slide film too. So you know, it's not it's nothing new to digital. Yeah, you're not going to get very far doing astrophotography with the camera trying to guess an exposure for you.
No.
I mean, fully auto mode is going to get you. Yeah, when conditions are fine, and you're not pushing you're not getting close to any of the extremes. Fully auto mode works reasonably well, and you're using a sense, and you're using a camera with a decent sized sensor, so the quality is going to be good. But a lot of people look at it and go, well, yeah, okay, they're nice photographs, but why is a DSLR so special?
Yeah, control.
And these cameras are special, not when you're using them to potter to the shops. They're special when you're using them at the absolute limit.
Yeah, I think an awful lot of people. I mean, because of the advent of camera phones, people are getting more and more used to point and shoot cameras, and it's. I mean, more people are obviously taking photos, but they're not. The interface is automatic most of the time now.
Well, I mean, half the time, I mean, Zoom will let me use the camera on my phone. That's what we're seeing right at this minute. But I've got no control over it at all. I can't even get in there to give it a little bit of exposure compensation, which I really wish I could.
Yeah.
You can on mine. I tend to. I used to have a really well for a phone, really good camera, which was what was it? An HTC phone it was.
Yeah, they had really good cameras at one time, HTC.
Yeah, it was it's what I look for on a phone. Unsurprisingly,
hang on, John.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I don't mind. I just need to. Oh no, that's all right. You can share because that's going to go out to the. It's going out to YouTube anyway. No problem. Sorry, go ahead
Oh,
and
does
share.
it?
Yeah. I was just thinking. Oh, I need to change something before, but it's okay because YouTube are seeing this straight away anyway.
All right. Let me just review this. Get rid of that. I don't know if you can see this.
We
Is it
did have
present?
it. We did have it. You were presenting to you were sharing, and we were all seeing it, including YouTube land.
All right.
But
Well, I
now,
don't mind that.
but
What's
now,
gone?
but now it's not
It's gone.
because you stopped sharing.
Sorry. Let me just show
You
it
clicked.
again.
You clicked
Yeah.
the. You,
Is that better?
what we can see it, but I know you don't see. You just see the window you're sharing. You don't see it as it is shared for us, but it's coming up fine. We are seeing. Everybody is seeing what you are sharing without any trouble whatsoever.
So you can see a picture of.
I can see a
Yep.
I can see a
night
nighttime
scene.
picture of a town that I know the name of.
Yep, that one there. That's
That
just the
one there.
nighttime. Yeah. Someone asked me because so, oh, that's a clever picture. How long did that take? I said 25 seconds, and they were gobsmacked. I said, yeah, 25 seconds. Why was it open so long? So well, to capture the light. I said, oh, I can take a picture of that with my phone. That only takes a few seconds. I thought, well, you won't get the same picture though.
No.
And they didn't understand that. And I said, it's a long exposure.
Yeah.
And of course, when I actually told them it's 25 seconds, it didn't really sink in. And then they realized 25 seconds. I said, go and hold your camera up for 25 seconds. How do I do that? I said, exactly, you can't.
Yeah.
You've got to have
We
a
look
B-set.
a bit impressionist.
Yeah.
I've got a picture actually that I took with afocally through a telescope eyepiece with the HTC phone. You try and I'm doing this on my phone, so I'm not sure if I can do it or not.
Actually, phones are really quite good for taking stuff afocally with, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because they tend to be easy to get in the right place in regards to a eyepiece on optics.
The LG came up with a cool one where you could actually, once you took the picture, you could actually alter the depth of field on it using algorithms or whatever they do. But that's quite a clever bit of software.
There is a camera called a Litro field camera. Forgive me for not. I don't really understand the physics behind it, but basically it uses some clever light field technology to record data, and you can actually change the focus after the event.
Yeah, that's what this does on the LG phone. Is it? No, Hawaii. Hawaii.
This is a thing called a light. This is a Litro. It was. They were quite expensive, and they.
It's pronounced Huawei.
Huawei. That's the one. That one. You could actually, once you took the picture and you saved it, in your in the camera itself, you could actually change the focal point. So if that was right close on the, say that you're taking a picture of your, a car park of cars going further away, you could put the focal point right on the first car and everything behind it was blurry, or you could actually move the depth of field further back in the actual picture. So the furthest car and back was in focus and the ones in the front weren't, or you could stretch it.
Yeah.
I thought, That's a clever bit of software. Who needs cameras? Throw me SLR away. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but that's basically that's doing exactly what a really good camera will do for the actual trained photographer who's trying to get that sort of effect. You know, altering his focal point where he's focusing his f-stop, his shutter speed. Yeah, but I used to get so frustrated with ordinary cameras, like Instamat or pocket cameras, I used to call them. You know, point and shoot, because that control isn't there.
Yeah.
Really get frustrated with it because I was brought up on the old Patika manuals, having so much control over the camera is actually going to do, as opposed to the modern day electronics, which is stuck on program and you can't alter it. That's why I always like me higher end cameras rather than the prosumer ones, because they're just like the depth of field. It's such a simple little thing to add.
Yeah.
You know, relative, but it's the actual control difference rather than just, oh, you can take the shot and then just delete it. And I think, well, no, I still want to precisely focus it while I've got that depth of field button pressed in, so I know where the focal point is. Yeah, just control, really, isn't it? More than anything. But going back to Ansel, is it Shills mentioned Ansel?
Yeah, all I did,
Yeah.
I did because I couldn't remember the name.
Yeah, I used to love
I
that
just-
bloke because I was well into black and white anyways, and he used to use a higher end, exposed the contrast to his way of looking at it.
Well, like I say, he kind of invented the whole.
Silver highlight.
Well, no, the whole zone system for exposure and.
Yeah, he's clever chap.
Because he had, I mean, his books were. I think his books were literally called The Exposure, The Negative, The Print. He had systems for the whole thing.
A whole lot, yeah. But how his high contrast films pictures he used to do, I just thought, I want that. But a lot of it is obviously in his black and white dark room using slightly different chemical mixtures, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing. He
experimented a lot. Can't remember what you call it.
You know how John was saying about taking photos through optics.
Yeah, excuse my pictures of being a bit sepia tone, but I just like that effect.
Yeah.
Sepia. I know I just left it on tungsten rather than being lazy, but I don't know, it's something about that effect. I just love that sepia look.
That I think that's the same effect that John was talking about, but not through a different type of telescope.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was just a little. I don't know if you've heard of them. It's you've maybe have actually, but Maxitov Cassegrain telescope. You get camera lenses that are Maxitov type.
Stop
the
sharing.
Ones with the. They got a secondary mirror.
You mean one of them?
A silver.
John.
Possibly.
As we would call it, a mirror lens or a
reflector.
Well, that's
Newtonian.
That's a miniature. No, Schmidt Cassegrain.
Oh, right. I can't see the picture he's showing.
You've got a on a Maxitov. You've got a like the first lens is concave, and it's got a silver circle in the middle, which is the secondary.
Okay, because this is
similar kind of thing.
because this has got the plastic circle bit in the middle that sits on in the front element.
Ah, you got a
with the
mirror
mirror
lens.
in it. It's a mirror
Yeah,
lens, yeah.
Yeah, you got the mirror one,
So you have
which reflects
a
off that
secondary
bit in the
secondary mirror behind that plastic.
There's
That's it.
you've got the front. I'm not sure if it's just a plain piece of glass with the front mirror sat in it, and then you've got the mirror at the bottom, and then you've got the secondary mirror in the front, reflects it down out the back end.
And that,
Yeah.
And if you look in and if you actually look in the back end, you actually do see the reflection in the secondary mirror at the front.
Yeah.
The front element, is that flat?
I'm not 100% sure.
Does it look? I mean, you can't see any sort of discernible curve in it or anything.
It's like I said, it's really hard. It's really hard to tell.
It looks exactly like a Schmidt Cassegrain telescope.
Yeah,
it's
it
basically
does.
how it works. Yeah. That's just so they can actually shorten the focal length.
As we would call them in photography, a catadioptric lens.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. One of my mates bought a really lovely 1000mm focal length mirrored lens for the Eclipse in 2017.
Oh, nice.
It was like a Maxitov. So the front element was curved.
Yeah.
And instead of that plastic bit, you could actually see a silver circle.
I think there is there is a bit of curve on that front element, but I'm not sure.
It's probably more on the other side, Alan.
It's really hard to tell, and I'm not taking it apart.
Oh, go on, Alan. Go on.
But the first thing I did when I got my 10-inch diameter Schmidt Cassegrain was actually to take it apart, and I put flocking on the inside of it, like self-adhesive black velour, and cleaned the mirror and what have you, painted various parts inside an extremely matte black.
Yeah, I think unfortunately this one's managed to pick up some fungus.
There's a fungus among us.
Stick it, Alan.
I don't think.
Alan, stick it in the sunlight for a day. Bright sunlight. That might just kill it off.
Let's just say I'm looking at it, and actually the fungus has been growing. And do you want to know something? It spent the freaking summer sitting on my windowsill in the bloody sun all day.
Right. So that's gone beyond.
Yeah,
that,
I mean, yeah. If the UV that was going through it was going to cure it, it would have bloody cured it.
It'd be a melty pot now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It wasn't. They're
not expensive. Yeah.
Let's just say it's a Centon brand lens.
Right. Say no more. Yeah.
Okay. I.e. Jessop's own brand.
Yeah.
And it's the Centon multi-coated mirror lens f8 500mm.
Yeah, f8.
With Classic. with a 72mm filter diameter.
Yeah, I mean,
but of course, with that big blob in the middle, the diameter for the aperture is not going to be correct anyway, because you've got to remove that bit out of the middle, haven't you? Because that reduces your light.
Well, they only designed them so you could have a short lens, wasn't it? A large.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, look. I mean, considering that's I don't know what percent. That's 500 millimeters, and that's focused, and that's wound out to minimum focal distance to give you the maximum length of the lens.
Yeah.
Um,
A fixed focal 500 mil would be about a foot high, at least.
well,
No,
it'd be
18
about the size of that other. I
18.
mean, that other one that I've got
18. Yeah.
is the zoom is 600. Yeah, that's a 600 millimeter telephoto. Because it
I've got
doesn't
a
actually,
400.
because technically a telephoto lens doesn't have to be
The length.
the length. That's why it's a telephoto lens rather than a long focal length lens. Because when you talk about the 300 millimeter lens that would go on a 10x8 camera as a standard lens, that is not that's not a 300 millimeter telephoto.
No.
That's a 300 millimeter long focus.
Yeah.
So, and in fact, they tend to use the same element design in the 300 millimeter lens for a 10x8 camera as they do in the 50 millimeter lens for a 35mm SLR.
Yeah.
I've just remembered what the
lens formulation is a double Gauss.
Yeah. Gauss. Got to use the word Gauss.
The really confusing thing about actual lenses for telescopes, the eyepiece lenses that you use for visual observing, the smaller the focal length, the more magnification you get.
Yeah.
So an extremely wide field would be sort of 30 or 40 millimeters.
Yeah.
And I think you do get lenses that go down to about 2 mil or something.
Yeah.
I've never used them. I'll try and share this on my phone. I don't know if I can do it or not. Is that working?
Nothing this end.
You are screen sharing.
That's taken with that HTC. So it's basically an HD video, and it was about, I don't know, a few hundred frames that are stacked. So it's Lucky Imaging. It's his son, by the way.
Yeah, I guess that. Some nice sunspots there.
I can't see it. I'm going to have to wait for the YouTube one.
I don't know because you struggled to get Alan's stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, I got to wait 30 seconds because I'm using the browser app for.
Oh, see.
I need. For some reason, it won't start when I downloaded it.
But it's but that's So I've got a little sort of mount that can hold a mobile phone to the eyepiece.
Yeah.
And it's so you take. I think it's from maybe 2 minutes of video, and the software analyzes the frames for quality, and you just keep the best ones, and the very, very best one you use as a reference frame, and the software then aligns all of your frames with that reference frame, and you
cool.
You stack the image like a deck of cards, and so yeah, it's pretty impressive it's quite a small telescope. That was with a 90 millimeter diameter telescope.
Oh, nice.
You can really see the granulation and the sort of texture of the surface.
Yeah. I will have my 20-inch Dobsonian one day. do some long distance. Well, that's ironic, really, when you say long distance. The moon's 238 million miles, 1,000 miles away, and you refer to long distance. No, that's short. That's just that's just a bit of a hop. Long distance is light years.
Well,
if you did get a 20,
it's
a 20 inch,
relevant though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is relevant. But
Skywatcher makes some really, really lovely big Dobsonians these days.
Yeah,
I think is it 18? The biggest one they make.
they make some big ones, I know.
But I've had a look through. Was it the 18? Yeah, I think it was. I had a look through an 18-inch Dobsonian a couple of years ago, and it was it was through Teleview Ethos telescope lenses. You heard of them? They're like the Rolls Royce. They cost like hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
They're the sort of like the Leica in or Carl Zeiss in photography. Yeah,
but they're the best you can get. Basically, my sort of lottery win telescope lens is a Teleview Ethos 21mm, which I think is about £1,000. But it's a lot of glass. But yeah, so I was looking through this 18-inch Dobsonian, and I think it was through a 17mm Ethos at a couple of galaxies. They're near the Big Dipper, M81, M82, and honestly, they looked, because your vision fades to black and white or monochrome in the dark. You don't really see color. But they looked really like black and white images that I'd seen in photographs. It was really impressive. It was a big telescope, though. You had to climb up some steps to look through the images.
Was that picture I saw of you standing on a step ladder somewhere? Was that you? Or was that somebody else? That might have been somebody else. I think there were a couple of people arguing somewhere in might have been on Discord, and they were having an argument about something or other, whether or not this was possible, and somebody was saying, well, you want to go along to your somebody was doing a bit of an Arwin. They were saying you want to go along to your local astronomer, to some sort of astronomy meet, because people. Oh, somebody had rigged up an eyepiece where they'd put a photograph in an eyepiece somehow. Or a transparency.
Oh, right.
So when you looked in it, you saw this transparency, right? And they'd gone to some big astronomy meet somewhere, and they would sort of and then they'd slip this eyepiece into people's telescopes.
Cheeky buggers, yeah.
And I think it might have been a sort of like a photograph of one of the galaxies or something. But anyway, they would wind people up because
that's funny. That is well funny.
Yeah, and this other person they were arguing with says, "Oh no, you could never do that. People would never let you get to touch their telescopes and stuff like that." And he said, "No, at these meets, people would often just say, there you go, have at it and have a look." And they provided some, and in the end it got to the citation required. So there was like photographs of them, sort of stood on step ladders peering into huge, great telescopes.
Oh man, the biggest scope I've ever been to is the one on, I think, California, Mount. I can't think it was called now.
Mount Griffiths?
No.
Lemon?
Oh, what the hell is it called? Dad took us there.
Kit Peak? I don't know where these places are.
Peak, yeah, it could have been.
Kit Peak?
It's quite a famous one where people go.
There's
been a lot.
There's the Mount Griffiths. The Mount Griffiths Observatory is in San Francisco, on the hills above San Francisco or Los Angeles somewhere.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that one.
Which is in a lot of movies. San Francisco, I think, because it was in one of the Dirty Harry movies.
Oh, right.
I think. There's that one.
Just swinging over to the States. Whee!
Mount Wilson. Mount Wilson.
That sounds familiar. I'm trying to. We must have been in the South at the time.
That's in Los Angeles.
We used to live down near, basically in San Bernardino Valley is where we used to live. Where are we? California. Mount. I'll know it as soon as I see it. But anyway, that's the biggest scope, proper observatory up on top of a mountain somewhere. And of course, being a kid, that was just, luxury going up there. Yeah, it could have been Mount Wilson's or Bishop.
I think that's the only Mount something.
Somewhere up in the Rockies, anyways. Unless we're, is there one in Colorado?
I don't know, to be honest.
No. Anyways, yeah, I went to see there, and yeah, I always thought one day I'll have a large telescope I could just stare out into space. I've got a picture here of one. It is huge. It's up on a roof of someone's house, but that is, I hate to think how much it costs. It's got proper electric motors and everything on it. And it's got a little ditty camera at the bottom, I suppose, so they can keep an eye on it. But
it was, I don't know if you, I think Alan was there. I just received a camera in the post when I was on on a live stream. Was told he was there. I think Alan was maybe watching as well. But it's an astronomy camera, so it doesn't have any buttons on it or anything. And
right,
it's just operated through software. But it's you can cool it within, I think it's within 90 seconds. It will cool to -20 below ambient temperature.
Oh, nice. Nice. It's got fans on it.
Yeah, it's got like a Peltier kind of. I mean, two thirds of the camera is a cooling sort of.
Yeah, but, when you don't need a shutter box and a mirror box and all the other stuff, camera and you're going to hang it on the back of a telescope anyway. Cameras don't actually need a lot of shit in them particularly.
No,
just the sensor and something to hold it to the.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
lens.
It's a housing for the sensor basically. And it's got because it's astronomical. You don't want a UV IR filter in front of it either. It's just clear glass. So there's not much to it.
Or I'm guessing a bare CFA either, particularly.
What's that?
The bit, the bit you might have missed at the very start of the stream, where we managed to end up discussing how sensors see colour.
All right. Oh, it's
using a thing called a Bayer a Bayer color filter array.
Yeah.
And no, I don't want to go back into them right now because
No. Well, that's the thing you've got to do if you use a DSLR, anyway, you've got to debayer your images.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, almost all astronomy cameras are monochrome, because you get a much better result if you record the different channels separately. But yeah,
stick the coloured filters over the front of the lens.
Yeah, well, in between the telescope and the camera.
Well, okay. Wherever. It doesn't make a lot of difference, does it?
It's but they're quite expensive in themselves. So because if you can get away with a 1 1/4 inch filter, they're cheaper. So
much.
That's the.
I need a 2-stop neutral density filter for my big telephoto, which because it's 600mm f6.3 has a 95mm front element and filter ring. The cheapest 2-stop neutral density filter I can find in that size, 230 quid.
Yeah. Well, that's not. Yeah. An ND filter is. It's not something that's particularly complicated, you would think.
No, it's just the physical size of it. And I really wanted a 1-stop and a 2-stop. Maybe a 3. Preferably, I'd have gone for the set of 1, 2, and 3 stops. But unfortunately, at those prices, it's a little bit difficult. And I'd rather have round ones than big horrid square ones.
I was just going to say I was just testing that new camera, and when I hope to do quite long exposures with it at some point. But I took a 60-second dark frame with it, and there isn't any noise at all. None.
Oh, nice. That could have been Mount Wilson, the one I went to, but I can't remember now.
But that's I mean, it's unheard of, really, for any camera that I've ever used before. It's for it not to have any signal at all at 60 seconds. I thought I would see something, but yeah, that's really, really handy. Not having to. I would imagine there'd be some kind of noise, with let's say 10 minutes or something. But
remember that noise is actually based on not so much the ISO you have setting, but the number of photons you are getting. I mean, if you are down to counting photons, essentially, yeah, you're going to get noise because you are to the point where the slightly random nature of the arrival of photons is going to mean that the fact that 3 photons arrived at one sensor and 5 photons arrived at another, and etc., that those differences become a significant portion of the signal value.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's the I mean, if you can cancel out any photons arriving on the sensor, like from the camera itself, and it's at least sort of able to sort of cancel that one off the list.
Yeah, well, you can usually do that by using dark frame subtraction.
Yeah, but it's another kind of link in the chain, which takes up. I mean, you've got to with astronomical photography. I mean, you've got to take the dark frames at the same, ideally at exactly the same temperature as
Yes.
as your light frames, and you can end up really crowding your hard disk with integration frames, because there's lots of them. There's dark frames, bias frames, flat frames. There's quite a few if you really want to be meticulous about getting rid of any noise from the camera. So if there's one of them that you don't have to do, it's quite. I mean, it's really annoying taking dark frames.
Yeah,
sort of-
sure.
It's I mean, you want to take, if you want to get a good average, you want to take I don't know, a dozen before you start, stop in the middle, take another dozen, and then when you finish, take another dozen, and then make an average master flat out of all of them. That's quite a common way of doing it. But yeah, I mean, for what I want to use the camera for, I think it'll be really, it'll work really, really well. So tiny pixels as well, which means that it'll without multiplying the focal length, you can actually get the maximum resolution pretty much of the telescope without any extra magnification. So you can operate at very low, the native low f ratio of the telescope without increasing it with a multiplier.
Yeah.
It's got, the pixels are 2.9 microns, I think.
That's quite tiny.
Yeah, we are talking sort of 6 or 7 microns for your average kind of DSLR.
I can't think what mine is. Mine's not huge. Mine's not hugely small, because mine's 15 megapixels, because it's quite an old camera now.
But I can get it down. I can get that camera down to Hubble type resolution. Not my telescope's quite a Hubble resolution, but I can get the pixels per arc second to 0.1 arc seconds per pixel. So that's 36,000th of a degree. That's for imaging planet like Jupiter and stuff like that.
I'm trying to look to see mine CCD specs. Image processor. No, it don't actually tell you.
I see pictures like that. It gives me the shivers when I see something like that.
Like what?
Like that shot that was just up, the sun, I presume.
Sunspots.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. To realize that it's just this roiling, boiling, rippling ball of fusion.
You get nice time lapse pictures if you've got a clear enough sky over a few hours. You can actually, if you take a picture every minute or two, you can make a video of those sunspots, like sort of swirling. Yeah. They don't move that much, but you can see them sort of changing shape slightly, and they're massive.
Oh yeah.
There's several times larger than the Earth.
A lot of people don't realise that our Earth is smaller than them sunspots.
Yeah.
To give them a scale, anyways.
And that's one of the reasons it just kind of makes my hair stand up. It's just like, wow, that is amazing.
Yeah, that is.
I've had people, and this is slightly off topic, but it is tangential to what we're talking about. I have had people ask me, well, you're into science and you're not a religious person. Doesn't that suck away all the wonder of the universe? And my answer is no, it makes it more beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Because you you have a little bit more understanding of the process, what's going on, and it's just fantastic. And
Yeah.
shots like that just make my hair stand up on the back of my neck, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
Got another. What do I do here?
Something the size of the sun, just constantly burning. It just blows your mind away. You know, I know we can't see the physical size of the sun, but when you look at on a picture diagram how small the Earth is next to this massive fire, well, it's not fire, but fusion reactor going on.
Yeah.
Just think, wow, that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of heat. I'm glad we're this far away from it.
Yeah.
And they come up with a silly idea: the sun's only 3,000 miles away. It just wouldn't. The mass of it wouldn't be physically big enough to produce the energy what we're receiving.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I didn't want to lead it off of that topic, but
no, but it's just
and those craters with that spidering, excuse me, with that spider webbing coming out of those craters.
Can you see the moon picture?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so that's that big crater. That's Copernicus, and the rays that's ejecta that's been blown out of the crater when when they got hit.
I can see it on Alan's screen. I'll see it in about 20 seconds.
It's one of my favorite parts of the moon. Like right in the very, very center of that picture, that's the it's called the Apennine mountain range, like just up to the left of Copernicus. It's where Apollo 15 landed. It's
nice.
It's nice because that's again, that's just a small telescope. But if you're
roboting
a large aperture telescope, you can actually. Oh, that's probably better. A large diameter telescope, you can actually see the mountains that are in the Apollo 15 photograph.
And little moon men in lederhosen yodeling on top of them.
The Copernicus is about 50 miles wide, and when the moon is in exactly the right phase, so when the terminator is going right through Copernicus, that's right at the very limit of human visual acuity. And I have actually seen Copernicus with the naked eye, like a notch that's kind of cut out of the terminator line, just with naked eye. So that would be 50 miles. Is a mile on the moon is about 1 arc second, and 50 arc seconds is the limit. But it's I think it's probably my favorite part of the moon. That actually, see there immediately to the left of Copernicus, you've got that really big circle that's about kind of a third of the width of the photo.
Yes.
That's Mare Imbrium, which is about 700 miles wide. And that is an impact crater.
700 miles wide. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's big.
So it's one of, I think it's the biggest sort of existing crater on the moon. So what happened there was the object actually when the moon was young, and it still had a mantle like Earth. It actually punctured the crust, and then the crater filled with lava. So you had a 700-mile wide lava field, like something out of Lord of the Rings. And that particular impact was so energetic, it sent a shockwave right through the moon and shattered the crust on the other side. It almost broke the moon.
Bloody hell. Who's
Kind of grabs you by the boo-boo, don't it?
Yeah. Who's the flat furfer that lives in Hawaii and says that lava doesn't exist?
Christ.
Yeah. I think, what? You're probably in the most active volcano region in the world, and you're trying to tell people lava don't exist.
His house is built on lava, and he thinks it doesn't exist.
Yeah. What an idiot. Sorry, you just mentioned lava. 700. That is just unbelievable to think of. 700 miles wide.
Yeah.
That is phenomenal, isn't it?
I mean, that's what all of the seas are on the moon. They're lava plains from impacts like that.
Yeah. Yeah, seas don't have to consist of water.
That's almost as big as Texas. It is one of my favorite highway signs in Texas. It says Beaumont, like 20 miles. El Paso, 832 miles.
2 miles.
and both of those cities are in Texas.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah. I did. I was talking with a friend of mine last night about that distance, and just for a chuckle, I put London at 0 point and measured out roughly 1,150 kilometers. That'll get you to Spain. It'll get you to Italy, Poland, up into Sweden.
In a straight line.
That's how big Texas is. Yeah, that's how big Texas is.
It's huge.
I say we can't go. You actually can't go 800 miles in the UK
in a straight line.
By road, in a direct route. You can't go 800 miles from London and stay on the UK mainland.
No, unless you got a submarine.
Can you see that picture?
Yes.
You any idea what it is?
No, I ain't seen it yet. You'll have to wait 30 seconds.
It's I think it's through a Sigma 400mm zoom and a Canon 7D. I think it was. It's not a telescope image.
Am I correct in saying,
15-second exposure?
Alan, you can't put EF lenses on your camera.
No, I can put EF lenses.
Oh, right.
I can put EF lenses on. What is really difficult with Canon DSLRs is, in fact, you can put a lot of other manufacturers' old manual lenses.
You got to be careful
with adapters.
Yeah.
The one big manufacturer that it's really difficult to do for is Canon FD mount lenses.
Oh, FDs,
because in order to get them to focus to infinity, you need an adapter with a glass element in it.
Yeah, you need a correction lens. Yeah.
Because otherwise you can't get them.
You've got to be careful on the EFS cameras that the actual lens doesn't hit the shutter. They can be too long to go actually inside, and they'll actually hit the shutter. The FD lenses.
I've had that problem with the 6D actually. So I have to actually lock the mirror up.
Yeah. That's another
Yeah.
reason I got mine, because I got mirror lock up. Yeah.
Can you see that picture on YouTube yet?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the squiggly light source. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool.
That's Sirius.
Oh, is it? All right.
So I focused as sharp as I possibly could on Sirius at maximum zoom, and took a 15-second exposure, and as gently as I possibly could, I basically drew that on the sensor, just by wiggling the it was on a tripod, so you can see it's quite sort of horizontal.
Yeah.
But and that's what happens when you. Sirius is a white star, as in it's got all the colours of the rainbow in it.
Oh, yeah.
And as the light comes through the atmosphere, it's
prismed. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh no, he's on the light field. You're roboting again.
Big time.
Yeah.
Again.
He's dropping out. I don't think you can hear
I
us.
thought I was going to have to do multiple takes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Am I back?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought I was going to have to do multiple takes, but it was just the once. I looked in the back of the camera and thought, "Oof, I'm having that." Yeah, I'd like to.
Oh,
It's quite
for what it's worth, for what it's worth, I found that street sign I was telling you guys about.
What's that?
Oh, the highway sign showing the mileage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, our mileage gauge normally only shows like next town 10 miles.
There you go. Got it? Or am I not doing it right?
No, we got it.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, not much to see, just a sign.
That'll do. Alan,
Yes.
when I click on the meets that we're in now, and we're on Zoom, aren't we? When I go to install it, the app, it just says no network.
Um,
When I try to open the app and run it, it just comes up. Your meeting network connection failed. Check your network. Try again. Well, I know it's not the network because unless it's not open through the. I wonder if it's not open through the. Oh bloody hell! Firewall. I'll run it as admin. Nope. That's right. Just waiting for his picture to come up. His firewall. Zoom, where's Zoom? That could be why.
I'll show you a picture of the time I tried to hide the biggest telescope that I bought underneath a vase of flowers. Here you go. It's almost like it's not there.
Yeah, you'll never notice that.
It's just a tall table.
Yeah. That's the one I'm turning into an astrograph. I bought research grade optics for it.
Looks like a water heater.
You know what? If
Well,
your
it
name's Daniel
does.
Pratt, anyway, might look like a water heater.
Yes, yeah. Stick Daniel the Pratt in front of it, and you'll be in business.
But it's the maximum size limit really for one adult to manhandle on their own. I would have got a bigger one, but I wouldn't have been able to move it around.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think it's time to call this to a halt because it's 11:30, and we've been going for quite a lot longer than I'd planned. Although I see we've still got a few watching, so I'm grateful for that at least.
Excuse me.
Before you go, what size is your sensor on your camera?
What, on mine?
Kind of a personal question, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the cameras that I have here are all Canon APS-C, so they are approximately 22 by 15 millimeters.
Yeah, mine's a CMOS.
Yeah, they're all CMOS as well.
Yeah. 22.5 by 15. Yeah. I've only got like 8 million pixels as opposed to 15, but as you know, as I do, lens makes a vast difference.
They do. Lenses do indeed.
Yeah. I was when I first started, I was always drilled that into my head. It's not the camera body, it's not the film, it's the lens.
Oh yeah, I mean, I started off with the Canon 300D.
Yeah.
Which was essentially the electronics and sensor from the 10D in a plastic body.
Yeah.
And that was good, but I did, well, one of my all-time favourite pictures ever I took on it using a Canon 100-400 millimeter L zoom. And
nice.
At the time, that was the lens. They're not, you know, it's weird because we've gone from it's gone from being like the lens to have to being so-so in a number of, but that's not because it's a rubbish lens. It's because they brought out other lenses that are a heck of a lot more. Yeah, that are a heck of an improvement.
Oh yes. I just realised my Pentagon 4 200mm has actually got an adapter on it. So you could screw it to a 6x6.
Yeah.
I just, all the years I've had it, and I've never realised that I've just unscrewed it. I thought, hang on a minute. It's got a 35mm adapter on it. Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is the lens. That's the image that.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to come up.
Oh, of course. Oh,
Yeah.
I haven't actually tried sharing it anyway. Zoom.
I'm not actually I know why Zoom isn't finding network because it won't go through the firewall.
I've just stopped John sharing so that I can share.
That helped.
Back. But yeah, that was shot with on my Canon 300D with a 100-400 L zoom. The Sigma 150-600 that I've got is actually a better lens than that optically now, though. And of course I've got the advantage of sticking it on a higher resolution body.
I can just about see his 5 o'clock shadow underneath that mask.
Right,
Well,
I was just allowed.
I was going to say, if you want to see some, where's the other? That's another one that I like.
I'm still waiting for the first one.
No, the first one's on the live stream because I can see the live stream window.
I'm not getting the live stream pictures. I've just still got your avatar, so.
In the live stream, it's definitely showing a black and white picture of a Spitfire.
Ah, no, I ain't seen that yet. Connection failed.
Ah.
Yeah, I've got the back of your picture, back of your camera at the moment.
Back of my camera at the moment.
I'm seeing the back side of your camera where the LCD display is in the YouTube video.
No, in the YouTube video, if you go up to the, if it got stuck, you might be somewhat behind in the video.
On.
If you go to live.
I've got a picture upside down of the Spitfire.
Well, this is the second picture of a Spitfire that I shared, which is a Spitfire that is inverted in the middle of a big barrel roll.
Yeah. Yep.
And
nice picture that.
That was the one. This is the one I was sharing before. And I'm afraid, yeah, it's going to be a while before you see it because, as was pointed out to me the other day, when I'm doing Jose's show and I'm letting lots of people into the voice chat, it's a really good idea if I chuck some extra
delay on it. Yeah,
extra delay that I can actually kill OBS, because there's an option in OBS to actually kill it without saving the 30 seconds, without sending the 30 seconds worth of things. So you can yeah,
that is awesome. I like that.
and that was taken with a 300D that had broken autofocus, so I had to manually focus it too.
That's even better for autofocus.
Through the
manual focus.
Manual focus through the viewfinder.
Yeah, that's nice.
Just before I go, I was going to show a picture. I didn't take this, but this is a comparison of a photograph taken by the Hubble Space Telescope and from a telescope that's slightly smaller than mine, which is, there we go.
How did I end up with?
So you should be seeing it on the on Zoom.
Yeah, I am seeing it on Zoom. It is also being transmitted to the interwebs, although it hasn't actually got there yet.
So that's, I think it's the center of the Cat's Eye Nebula, maybe. I can't remember what it is, but it's just to show a comparison of what's actually possible with that's a 12-inch telescope. Mine's a 14, so it'll be about the same. And it's actually with the same camera that or the same sensor at least, of the camera that I just got, the 290.
John wants to share it.
So that's 200 milliseconds. So what's that, a fifth of a second times 72,000 frames. You've got to be pretty dogged to do something like that.
Yeah. How long does it take to do 72,000 frames?
Well, not very long. I mean, you can take the camera will do. If you've got USB 3 and a decent computer, it'll take. I think it's 128 frames a second. If the exposures aren't that long, you can only take five. You can only take five. Fifth of a second frames, obviously. But you're kind of shooting a video. We are shooting a video.
Yes.
But then but you're not going to keep all the frames, depending on the scene. And that's really, really. You can imagine the amount of atmospheric distortion. If you're that, see the scale. It's 5 arc seconds wide. So this guy may well have kept 72,000 frames, but he might have shot a couple of 100,000, and just kept the best ones.
What are we actually looking at? Is that a nebula, or is that?
Yeah, it's the I can't remember what it's called.
NGC 6572.
Yeah, written right at the top of the screen.
the Emerald Nebula, it's called.
Emerald. Right, yeah.
But it's quite encouraging for me, because I'm trying to get an image of something called the Einstein Cross, which is a gravitationally lensed quasar, which is the most. It's maybe 1.5, maybe 2 arc seconds in diameter. With 4, it's like one quasar that's you see 4 apparitions of it, because it's been lensed around a galaxy that's between us and the quasar. It's never been done by an amateur before.
Oh, Mac. Yeah.
So, but you can see
Mac's either be the first to see it.
but it's quite viewable from where I am. It's in Pisces, I think, or near the constellation of Pisces.
Yeah.
So it's on the hit list. The other thing was I'm trying to get a video of the cycle of a pulsar as well, which will be very
nice.
difficult to do. Was
Yeah.
the crab pulsar? Its whole cycle is 30 milliseconds. So to produce a
You got plenty of time. Plenty of time. 30 milliseconds.
Yeah, but to produce a video, a 24 frame video, each exposure can't be longer than 1,000th.
No,
or
exactly.
1/2,000th. And sorting out all the data is something that's, well, I was going to get Barney to help me. Barney's useful.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking to him about it, because you need to be able to actually sort the images, don't you?
Yeah, because it and getting a decent time stamp as well is because all the individual frames will have to be sorted by there's timestamp according to where they are in the cycle of the pulse. So it's a bit of a head cruncher.
Yeah, just a bit.
But it's only been done by a team from Cambridge with a 2.4 meter diameter telescope. But I've done the maths, and I think it is possible. So that's one of the advantages actually, is that, well, it's my telescope and I can take a photograph of something for as long as I like. And B, research telescopes are typically really quite high f ratio. So although they're bigger, and they're collecting more light, they're doing so at a higher f ratio, and their images are dimmer than they might otherwise be. I can get my telescope down to f2.8 probably.
Oh, nice.
Not for wide field shots, so you too much aberration. But if you're just looking at a pulsar, you're not really bothered about whether it's a bit messy around towards the edges of a frame. And I would only be using a like a sort of region of interest. You can do that with these cameras. You don't necessarily want to use them at their maximum resolution, but just maybe a 640 by 480 pixel box in the middle.
Yeah.
And then your resulting data is smaller than it would be as well. But yeah, I need to finish building the bloody telescope first.
Again, that's awesome.
Hey,
that's awesome shot though, isn't it? That.
Yeah, he's the best of anyone I've seen.
Ah, right. Yeah.
But yeah, he done. I think it's the Cat's Eye Nebula. He did as well, which is just astonishing. But especially when it's compared to the Hubble.
Well, yeah.
I can take. I just to say that the Hubble Deep Field picture where they basically exposed.
Yeah, about a 5p size area.
Yeah, the total integration time, the total length of exposure was about 10 days.
Was it?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And that was the first one. The Hubble ultra deep field is a lot more than that. But the field of view of my telescope, I can take pictures of that the same field of view as the Hubble Deep Field. As the
Oh, well.
So it's not like maximum magnification, but yeah, I can get to the Hubble Wide Field camera field of view. And if I want to put the time in, you could do like a tens of hours at least, and you can actually pick out most of the conspicuous objects in the Hubble Deep Field as an amateur as well.
Yeah,
which is quite surprising.
So how far is that Crab Nebula? What we're looking at? How far is that away in light years?
The Crab Nebula is, I think it's only a few hundred light years away. It's in our neighbourhood. Yeah. All these nebulas and stuff they're all in our immediate neighbourhood of the Milky Way.
Yeah.
The really nice thing about the Crab Nebula actually is it's from a historic recorded supernova. That went well. It was recorded by Chinese astronomers in 1054 or something.
Yeah.
So we actually, there is a sort of record of it, and so we know that it's about 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
From when it was first observed to
now.
Exploded. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
a good bit of data to have, really, because they've got an idea of.
Yeah, I think it's one of the only ones.
Yeah.
But they kept meticulous records.
They had one in the 16th century, didn't they? It was 15th, 16th. Lit up the sky.
I can't remember. That might have been a comet, though. I don't know.
Oh no, it's a nebula. What when?
Really?
A supernova. Sorry.
Hmm.
I'm sure it might have been the Chinese one though. I might have got the dates wrong, but I remember them saying they could see it happen.
You can see them for several days, or sometimes several weeks, even in the middle of the day. They're that bright.
Yeah. Yeah, they said it was like a second moon, second sun, but not as bright.
Hmm. But it's funny, the Chinese astronomers, they as I say, they're really meticulous record keepers. But when it came to comets, because they were sort of thought maybe to be harbingers of doom, depending on how the temper of the reigning emperor, they would sometimes just not bother recording comets because they didn't want to get into trouble.
No.
They're sort of conspicuous by their absence. Why didn't they record such a comet? It should have been really bright in the sky. They just pretended they didn't see it, so they didn't piss off the emperor.
I like my head on my shoulders. Yeah. That's why we didn't record it.
Yeah. Anyway, chaps, I better scoot and get off to bed.
I think it's probably time we said goodbye to the people who are watching.
Yes.
We've still got 6 out there, so that's.
Did you get 20 or something at one point?
I didn't actually spend a lot of time watching it, so I don't know what we got up to. If we got up to 20, I'm really pleased with that. That's with not bringing people here from Jose and what have you to get. I think 20 odd people is really pretty good. Anyway, I'd like to say good night to everybody out there in YouTube land. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming and listening to me waffling on, guys. I hope you got something from it. I think Toady got something from it, even if it was only a mild case of confusion. He wouldn't stop asking me questions, would he?
No, I had noticed. He was enthusiastic, though. Give him a series.
Yeah. It's the typical It's a difficult situation, isn't it? Really, because you can't dumb this stuff down for people who don't want to be dumbed down.
No, because they'll pitch what they want to know about. So yeah, that's going to take you a little bit longer than normal.
Yeah. So anyway, good night to everybody in YouTube, out there on the YouTubes, and yeah, it's a good night from me, and it's a good night from
Me.
And me.
Good night,
Toodaloo,
everyone.
buckaroos.
Yeah.
See you
Good
later,
night,
Peter.
Shells.
Yeah.